I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It's an honor and a pleasure to do the pledge at the beginning of each meeting, but it's also a great opportunity to dial in that technology just in case if it's not up to speed. So at this time, we will call for citizen input for items that are not on the agenda. We may have somebody dialing in who's a friend. I don't know if he... Yeah, so there may be a phone number on there, but if there's just one...
Actually, our agenda says it must be received by 12 noon on Tuesday, so.
Yeah, so let's kind of move on from that at this point.
Yes.
But thanks to anybody for joining us who's maybe online. And then also, we have received emails. So remember, we had our homeless camp discussion on the property east of Bend. We did have opposition notifications. 16 items were received on that. So as I say, as it was happening, I could see that basically this was just the kind of lightning rod issue that got people engaged also on top of not wanting to have that happen. So, yeah. Is there any other citizen input or comments to start? Seeing none, at this time, consent agenda. We do have 12 items today.
So moved.
Second.
And any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So we have 3 items also that we've kind of put into an informational presentation grouping. We hadn't done this before, but it was just kind of one of the concepts to get us through to some of these conversations, which is what we've been doing on different topics. So item number 13, Wolf Depredation Compensation and Financial Assistance Program. So this is a new idea presented to us through Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank
Yes.
you, Commissioners. Appreciate you having me here this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And you're, Jamie?
I am. I'm
Okay.
Jamie Bowles. I'm the assistant wolf biologist.
Great, thank you for joining us. So let's learn about this topic.
And Commissioners, for the record, Whitney Hale, Administrative Services, just to clean up a few of our technology items, we're running into a tiny bit of an issue on Zoom. So for staff that may be in the meeting on Zoom, we're going to try to address that after these first 2 items. Right now, our camera shot is a little bit
I'll look
stuck,
into
so-
that camera.
Yeah.
He needs to sit up taller.
I know, it's like,
But our live stream is working well, and it sounds like we have assistance on the way.
Yeah.
So we'll get those 2 things dialed in as we get.
and audio is always the most important thing, so we have that.
Perfect. Well, jumping in to the informational presentation, as you likely saw in your packet this morning, we're really here this morning just to begin the conversation and a little bit of education around a grant program that is offered through the Oregon Department of Agriculture. As you saw in your packet materials, they have a grant program that counties can apply to. And that grant program helps to provide funding for a variety of things, preventative measures, funding that producers can apply to if they have impacts, wolf-related impacts. And so ODFW reached out to the county in October, and we had just a very initial meeting with staff and learned a lot about wolf activity in the state and also about these types of committees and the work that they do. So we really wanted to invite Jamie in to talk a little bit more and answer questions the board may have, and also just to kind of explore and begin the conversation around, is establishing this type of a committee something that the board would have an interest in pursuing either now or in the future? So I don't know if, kind of to begin our conversation, if the board has any questions related to wolf activity in the state and those types of things, but I'd certainly defer to Jamie as our expert in the room if you do, and then we can kind of back into the grant program that's offered through ODA. But I wanted to pause and give the board space for any questions that you may have.
Any comments?
Well, I do hope we spend a little bit of time on some context, talking about kind of the presence of wolves in the general region. And I'm particularly interested in asking about the risks of depredation and what depredation prevention looks like in a hobby farming setting. Here in Deschutes County, we don't have a lot of public land grazing allotments. We don't have a lot of really large land ownerships where people are running livestock. We do have a lot of small parcels where people have horses and llamas and goats and run a few beef on 20 acres and things like that. But it really is a heavily hobby farm dominated landscape. I mean, there's bigger land holdings out east, but I mean, my understanding is that wolves like to be in the forests at least part of the time. So I don't necessarily see a lot of as much risk on large ranches out in eastern Deschutes County as I do kind of closer to the timber. So that's some of what I'd be interested in hearing about. Kind of where are the wolves? When do we think there will be wolf packs in Deschutes County? And what is the risk of depredation and prevention of depredation look like in a hobby farming setting?
These are all fantastic questions. We really appreciate the in-depth thought process that you just went through there, because these are fantastic questions for our area. So as you mentioned, we do have a little bit of a different landscape than they have, say, in the Northeast, which is, lots of producers. You've got sheep producers, cattle producers, a lot more concentrated farming happening up in the Northeast. That being said, we do have areas in Deschutes County that we've defined as projected wolf range. And I brought a map today. I'm sorry that you guys can't see this, but I'll leave it with you. This is not a map that we have available. It's just one that we've created that we kind of work off of. So if you can see here, all of the blue is projected wolf range. If you look at Deschutes County, there is a very large portion of Deschutes County that is projected to be wolf habitat. Wolves are not constricted just to the timber. Yes, they do exist on the forest, but they also do disperse through different areas. And that's what makes Deschutes County so unique, is that we are what we could call a dispersal corridor for wolves traveling. And just like people needing to stop for food along the way, wolves need to stop for food along the way. So even though we don't have any established packs here in Central Oregon, Deschutes County to be specific, we do have packs that are near us, and we have had collared wolves travel through Deschutes County. We did actually collar a wolf in Deschutes County last year. It was January of last year. It was near Brothers. That wolf since booked it down to California, which is pretty typical for wolves to, kind of go down through the Silver Lake area and head on down south. So that being said, with wolves on the landscape, there could be potential for predation, and that doesn't necessarily restrict to large swaths of cattle or sheep herds that they have. You'd mentioned llamas. Llamas actually do make a really good defense animal against predators such as coyotes or wolves. But that doesn't mean that they couldn't be prey items. Goats often do get killed by large predators. Typically, it would be like a mountain lion, which is an issue we've had in the past. That being said, a wolf could take down something like a goat, a llama, a horse, cows, sheep. We do have sheep farms here in Central Oregon. A lot of them are smaller, which could lead and be an attractant to wolves passing through. One of our biggest things that we talk about in deterring wolves from sticking around and hanging around these hobby farms or larger farms are cleaning up carcasses. Like, wolves are excellent scavengers, and they will time and time again come back to bone piles or other carcass dumps, whether they be wildlife or farm animals. So that is one of the big pushes that I have for creating this compensation committee. Not necessarily so much for anticipating that we will be needing to pay for animals that have gone missing or that have been killed, but because we can put that money toward preventative measures such as flagery, electric fencing, stronger fences, more human presence. I know that that doesn't necessarily equate in some of these smaller areas, but maybe in Eastern Oregon, utilizing a range rider in some of those areas where they have cattle that are spread out across the landscape. But mostly we're going to be looking at, having the counties allow people to bring carcasses to the dump for, low cost or no cost, and, really beefing up their fences. I think that.
So how about we start off with the basics here of even the terminology. So predation and depredation committee, so somebody has an animal, and a predator would be that alpha animal thinking that's a meal. Could you help just define the terminology, as I say, predation and depredation specifically, just for people to understand the basics?
Yeah, basically the same thing. They're preying on an animal. So you would have a predator, such as a large animal, a large carnivore, a mountain lion or wolves here specifically that we're talking about, would prey on, a farm animal, or would depredate on, a wild animal such as an ungulate, an elk, or a deer.
So and now we're just, yes, for the wolf specifically, there was a meal, and the deer or elk or all these farm animals that we're already talking about.
Yeah.
Jamie?
Basics, yeah.
Our Deputy Blaylock, who's in our office, has said there's actually a pack on Mount Jefferson. It sounds like you're saying there really isn't one here. I know I live out in Sisters, and my neighbors down on Lower Bridge actually spotted wolves. They have pictures of them. And I know they travel, is it like 30 miles a day, something like that? Yeah, it was about 6 months ago. One of my horses was so freaked out for at least 12 hours. And Bobby Lou does not miss a meal, especially when it's grain. And she was so nervous. And I was trying to explain to my husband that undoubtedly something must have gone through where we live, because, there are a lot of deer and everything around where we live. And she picked up on it. So it was just like, okay. And then I talked to the neighbors, and they're all saying, yes, they had sighted a wolf. And I'm not sure if there was, how many, if there's really that pack or not. I don't know. Maybe you can confirm that. But where I grew up in Eastern Oregon, yes, what you said, they're not in the forest. There was a wolf pictured right in front of my mom's house in Little Butter Creek, which has truly no trees except for a few by the little creek. So they've definitely moved out, and I've seen the elk move out from the mountains down to like Sound Hollow, Lexington, that area. I saw that 4 giant bull elk one summer, and growing up there, I never saw them there. So I know they're trying to move away from the wolves.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. So we define a pack as one breeding male and one breeding female that has 2 pups that live to December 31st. We do have a pack that's up in that northern area, and that's our White River pack. They spend the majority of their time on the Warm Springs Indian Reservation. So that is one of our packs that we do have.
So how many are in that pack then?
We don't have a good count for this year yet. So the way that we do our counts is we spend a lot of time this time of year putting out cameras, and we did not report any pups that were born this year that we know of. They did not reuse the den that they were in last year. So that either did not reproduce this year or they moved somewhere else. And then our other pack that would be the second closest pack would be the Indigo pack, which is down south. South of us, just south of Crescent Lake.
Okay.
I do receive many reports from the public, which are put through on our website. And those come to everyone that works for the Wolf Program, myself included. And then we follow up on those reports. A lot of those reports in the Jefferson area do come with photos, and we have been able to confirm wolves moving through the area. Those are public cameras that people are getting photos and reports on. We can't confirm any activity until one of the biologists that are experienced in wolf sign, which is someone like myself, can go out and actually take a look and confirm the actual location. But that is one of the areas that I mentioned that wolves, are moving through. And, getting a committee together like this in preparation for, the potential that they could set up shop and have a pack there I mean, we could have cameras up there this year and then find next year that potentially there could be a male and a female and some pups born in the spring.
Is it possible for us to get a copy of that map?
With the wolf habitat?
Yes.
I can see if I can release that
Okay.
to you. I don't see why not.
All right.
It's not the prettiest map.
It's very blue.
Very blue.
Maybe for this little bit of time while we're talking, you could just let us pass it back and forth and take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I actually also printed out our areas of known wolf activity, our aqua maps, which I make these maps, and these are the polygons of the packs that we have. I'll be putting together new ones for this year over the next 4 weeks.
Great. Well, so this is an informational item, but the concept would be Deschutes County at the Board of Commissioners level says, let's proceed with a committee and a little bit of resources. If there's interest, I mean, as I say, we're the board, but then, people managing livestock, members of the conservation community, business owners and representatives would be the content for a committee. Are there other committees in Central Oregon at this time?
No.
So this
Well,
is.
the Jefferson County has a committee, and Kirk County has a committee.
Oh, yeah, okay, so kind of the Tri-County area, there are out there, okay.
And looking at the funding that Crook and Jefferson have received, it looks like it's been since 2015 for Jefferson and 2016 for Crook County that they've received funding, and I'm not clear on if that means they've submitted applications and just not been awarded funds, or maybe they just stopped submitting applications at a certain point, but have that committee formed and available if it is needed. So that's certainly something we could try to flesh out if it's of interest to the board in terms of our local history and other counties' activity with these committees and kind of how often they're meeting.
This gets into the nuts and bolts of how the program works, but I mean, one of the things I was going to ask when we actually got to the compensation discussion was, my impression is that the bar for evidence, kind of to definitively declare something as a wolf depredation is, you need a substantial amount of evidence to be able to make that claim and then get the compensation. Is that accurate?
So I go out on the depredation investigations, and typically it's one of the wildlife biologists, like the district biologist and his or her assistant, go out on them, and they're not clear-cut, to be honest with you. I've been on ones that are like, yeah, this was for sure a wolf. And there have been other ones where you're taking a look and you're measuring, bite marks and bite scrapes on hides. I mean, you're completely skinning whatever animal was depredated, and you're looking for all sorts of small bits of evidence. Typically, a wolf kill is very evident. It will be not clean. It's very messy. The damage is very large. But in other instances, if it's like a young wolf that's not experienced in killing, it could be just wounding injuries. So, to be honest, it's very difficult sometimes to determine. And what we're looking for when we go out on these investigations are evidence such as the distance between the bite marks, which would indicate the size of the canines, whether or not it would be a wolf, a domestic dog, a coyote, or maybe not even a wolf at all. We're also looking for evidence of where the animal was bitten or attacked. The location on the body will typically let you know. For instance, if an animal was killed by a bobcat, bobcats typically gut an animal completely and the interior cavity is gone. It's not like that with the wolf. So these are the kind of things that we're looking for in addition to tracks. We take a look at collar data to see if there were any known radio-collared wolves in the area. There's just a lot of stuff that does go into it, which can be difficult. We usually have the producer there. We'd like to have the producer there so that we can ask them questions, like, are you seeing something that I'm not seeing? We take a lot of photos. Then the investigation team that was on site then takes it to the wolf program, and we sit down with the program coordinator and her assistant, plus the biologist that were on the scene, and go through every single photo. So it's definitely not cut and dry, and it is a bit of a process, but it doesn't take very long to determine.
Thank you.
And just to kind of, if it's helpful, a few options that the board could consider are, staff could certainly do additional research and kind of, we could bring this back for additional discussion and kind of take that as a next step. A few other options that the board may want to consider are that if there's an interest, we could kind of move to create a committee if that's of interest to the board, but not plan on submitting a grant application to the state right away. The grant application deadline for 2022 is in February, and we understand that they'll accept applications after that date, but we could kind of just begin a framework of trying to see if there are interested parties in terms of serving on that committee, if it was of interest, or if the board wanted to direct staff, we could also accelerate that timeline, move to create a committee and plan to try to meet that deadline and submit an application. But there's really a range of options that the board could consider in terms of next steps. Again, as I just mentioned briefly in the introduction, that program is run through ODA. There's some background material in the board's packet that kind of shows you the size of awards that counties are receiving. And it does appear, at least in 2018, that there were a few counties that were getting pretty sizable awards and then others that were getting much smaller awards, more in the range of $1,400, a larger award being more in the range of maybe 18 to 27, I believe it was. So I think there's a range of funding available. And just also noted in the staff report, if it's helpful for the board, that I think there was some reporting recently in the Eastern Oregonian, and in 2020, 37% of grant requests were covered by ODA through this program, and in 2021, 58% of all grant awards were covered. So there's appears to be demand from other counties for these funds, and certainly we're happy to proceed in whatever fashion the board would want to move forward.
Whitney, those are much better numbers, because if you look at 19, the 12 Eastern Oregon counties asked for $500,000 and got a little over $100,000. So if they're actually jumping that up, that's good to hear. I know one of the other problems with the wolves, where they run, in Eastern Oregon, is once the cows know there are wolves in the area, a lot of those cows are so nervous. They run the fence line. And, it's just like the elk are moving. And I think the cows, they would like to be somewhere else too, because they all can feel that threat. And then, are the ranchers rewarded for the fact that, only 50% of their cows are in calf for the next year?
Well, that's one of the great things about this program, is that you can seek funds for preventative measures, have range riders and what is it called? Flattery?
Yeah,
or
flattery, which
flattery.
It can be electrified or non-electrified, but it's fencing that's strung up and it goes along another fence and it kind of hangs about, a foot off the ground, and they're meant to just scare the wolves away. They've been highly successful in deterring wolves, especially during times of when calves are dropping on the ground, or areas where you have cattle more concentrated in smaller areas.
Right. So the more we can do to prevent livestock wolf conflicts or depredation, the less we'll need to worry about the compensation for depredation. So I mean that to me is one of the things that's appealing about this program, is we could set up a committee, help livestock and animal owners in our county undertake all sorts of preventative measures, and maybe not have big dramatic issues in the future.
So Jamie, if somebody today lost, let's say they lost a cow tonight in Deschutes County, could they be compensated at all? They cannot. Nobody's going to compensate them. Okay, so I think it's a good idea that we create this committee and, just be prepared.
Absolutely. Thank you, commissioners. I really appreciate it. I think, Deschutes County is in a really good spot of being able to, put these preventative measures in place.
So what would a committee look like? I don't, and maybe that's the next, we could schedule a meeting in the future for this too. But I mean, I'm just thinking, is this under, natural resources, Ed Keith, or is it a front office administrative deal, or, there's kind of different ways we could go with it.
Commissioners, we would need to determine who would oversee the committee, who would staff the committee, and the staff report provides who would serve on the committee, but you're exactly right. The logistics we would need to determine, but if this is the board's direction, we'll certainly proceed down the path of creating such a committee if that's the board's wish.
Well, so, and then what, showing support, what kind of time frame? As in, is there a natural season where there's more, direct kills and loss? Is there a season to that, or is it any time of the year?
I would really say it could be potentially any time of the year, but wolves are packing up right now in the winter time. They get together in preparation for breeding. And then you have, pups in the spring, and then wolves start to disperse into the summer. And so then you have the wolves that are kind of dispersing through areas. The biggest thing is going to be, having the attractants and knowing that there could be wolves on the landscape.
But I'm just thinking, do we want to do something this fiscal year, because between now and July 1st, or set it for July 1st to start? So I guess that's a way to think about it.
Right. Jamie, the carcass cleanup that you mentioned, that sounds like a really important and valuable prevention activity. Do you have any feel for whether we have a problem in Deschutes County? I mean, I know, kind of tracking this issue way back, we used to have a rendering plant in Redmond, and it's a whole lot easier to dispose of animal carcasses when we had a rendering plant nearby. But I know that since that closed, there has been all sorts of challenges with, where the material is going to go. Do we set up programs for composting at landfills and things like that? But I mean, do you have any sense of whether we have bone pile problems in the county or risks or not? Yeah,
definitely. I would say, out further east for sure. It's just not something that the producers are thinking about right now. When they have a cow or a horse that has died, sometimes they just leave them out on the landscape. But we do see some of those periphery, small hobby farms where it could be the same thing, where, perhaps something has died and they either, just leave it be, or, maybe don't bury it all, as far as they can. That would be something that would be really great to look into and see, are there any areas of concern in Deschutes County? And I'd be happy to help with, trying to figure that out. Of my position, what I really want to do is to be able to reach out to my community and let them know that these are the issues that we could be facing, and these are the things and the tools that we could use to prevent this from happening. So, you did mention that we had that rendering plant in Redmond, and, we do have, there's the butcher shop in Redmond as well. We had a wolf sighting that was confirmed last year near that area. Whether or not that it was related to the activity in that area, I don't know, but there is a travel corridor through there with that canyon. So it just goes to say that there are wolves on the landscape, and they really could pass through just about anywhere.
Well, as I say, so getting it on the agenda today, thank you very much for, reaching out to the county and pointing this out. Do we want to just, kind of reschedule this for a couple months from now, and then kind of set that as a go point? I'm just thinking as we're winding down this year, getting through January and February, maybe March or April, it's just a time to peg the next time we bring this around.
Yeah, I mean, at minimum, it seems like it would be great for us to be set up, not for this February grant cycle, but to have everything in place that we need by the next grant cycle.
And I think there are a number of steps that the committee would be able to work through in terms of establishing rates and processes and procedures that would be kind of administrative, housekeeping related things that they could do prior to submission for grant funding. Is that what your understanding is as well of that process?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And the February date is not a hard and set, deadline for ODA. They do accept grants. So if it seems like, potentially there may be some issues, like let's say, I've determined that there might potentially be, a pack that's closer and it's starting to come, into your guys' county, that's something that we can work together on. And I could say, hey, might be a good time to start thinking about putting in for that grant.
Especially if I start hearing from my neighbors that do have a lot of animal, at that end of the county, at the Jefferson County line. I would think we would want to do something sooner rather than later.
Right.
I know one of my other friends lost a baby alpaca, and it was so sad. But after investigation, I'm not sure if you saw the animal, but it was actually, they determined that domestic dogs had killed the baby. So it wasn't a mountain lion.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And unfortunately, that does happen quite often.
Right.
More often than people realize, for sure.
Yes, I lost some lambs one time from the domestic dogs in my neighborhood, so it's, yeah, you have to
Well, and
realize.
county code defines the dog board for agricultural law, or, farm losses or whatever. I mean, that's the concept, chickens and livestock, so. So, as I say, looks like there's general support. We can go Deschutes County supportive. Having this meeting today, we'll get a little bit of coverage on the concept. And then, I mean, what about just, should we set a date, or would Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife?
So it's
What? Yeah.
up to you guys to, put together your committee. I'm just here to help and support. So if you guys would like to set the date and you would like me to be present for a source of information.
So how about the first week of April? Just bring it around. It'll be right before, we feel like spring has sprung probably, but I mean, it'll be time people will be itchy to do stuff.
That'll be a good time. We'll be wrapping up, grabbing our winter cameras by then. And
There you go.
have it, I
So
can-
then that's the last quarter of this fiscal year. We'll kind of talk about it and see what we're doing.
I mean, do you have a sense, Whitney? Are we talking about a huge amount of work? Is this something we could get moving sooner, or?
I think in terms of next step for staff, it would probably be creating some bylaws for the committee and making sure that the board is comfortable with those, and then kind of going out and initiating a recruitment potentially would probably, so we could, in advance, if it's helpful, maybe just put together some drafts for board consideration, both in the sense of the recruitment and maybe some bylaws that we would have staff review, so that the board just has a sense of what the committee would do, and also so people who might have an interest have a better expectation of what their commitment might be. Do those feel like steps that would be helpful to the
So
board?
that would even be before we kind of bring it back to a board meeting again.
Potentially.
The staff work that would be happening in the interim. Yeah.
Jamie, I have one more question. Just a percentage, how many wolves in the state of Oregon do you believe have a collar on them?
Oh, goodness. I don't have that information off the top of my head.
I mean, the goal is to collar as many as possible.
We do try, yes. There are definite financial limitations to doing so. Collars are very expensive, and it's also very difficult to capture a wolf.
That's what I would think, yeah.
Yeah, we are actively working on wolf capture right now, and we have a priority list for wolf capture. I would not say that Central Oregon is a huge priority at the moment, but there are definitely some areas that are.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I was just I tracked the beginning of the committee in Wasco County, and I'm just noting that they've collected something in the range of $13,000 to $15,000 of prevention grant funds since they formed their committee, and there's no depredation or missing or direct compensation claims. So that's so to me a good sign that this is a useful program for the if just for the prevention funding alone.
Yeah, Commissioners, I would just say that we're also fortunate to have Wasco County's former Community Development Director in our Community Development Department as a senior planner who worked directly on that. And so the other thing that we can begin to do prior to April is to explore which department may be best suited to staff it. And because it comes with funding, we may have departments that are more interested than may otherwise be, since it does come with funding.
Well, and, getting the property owners, livestock managers, other community members involved too. So kind of seeing who's really going to get engaged in our community. Great. Thank you very much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next item is item number 14, public contracting overview.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, Whitney's staffing both this next agenda item and the video stream on Zoom and live stream. And for people that may be watching, we'll have somebody coming in and helping us with the video here momentarily, but hopefully everybody can hear the conversation. And we'll have the cameras back online here in,
Nice shot of my
Short order.
forehead so far.
I'm sorry?
Nice shot of my forehead all day.
And I've had texts about that. Well,
Oh.
we can only see the chairman.
Yep.
So
We'll get there.
we'll get there.
All right, commissioners. So kind of changing gears and teeing things up for your public contracting overview. Today's informational session is really in response to a conversation that the board had briefly following the AOC conference, where I think one commissioner attended an educational presentation, and also we're attempting to provide some just general information about apprenticeships, which was a second request from another commissioner, so sort of a broad discussion this morning. But in the staff report, we kind of briefly highlighted that in the 2021 session, the legislature passed Senate Bill 420, which amends the public contracting code and allows contracting agencies and contract review boards to develop and adopt specific community benefit contracts. And so, as you saw, Lane County presented about their program at this year's Association of Oregon Counties Conference. And I think Commissioner Chang, you attended that session, and following that, wanted to have a general discussion. I think in researching it, the bill doesn't prescribe how agencies would implement these types of contracts, nor does it require them to do that, but it is an option that's available. And so really, in advance of today's conversation, we have Chad Santola joining us on Zoom. We have Chris Doty and Cody Smith from the Road Department, and obviously Lee Randall here in the room for the board to help kind of answer questions that the board may have. I think we're really hoping to turn the discussion over to the board in terms of discussion that you may want to have on both topics, apprenticeships and also the presentation that you attended this fall. And I think Cody and Chris have some good background information about how other agencies across the state are beginning to kind of research and analyze potential options that come as an outcome of this bill. So you'll note in the staff report that ODOT right now is kind of engaged in a lengthy public process.
Forgot our maps.
Oh, we can get those back.
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry.
Where they're
We'll
looking
have
at,
to eat the blue one.
Yep.
I don't think
The
she
other one
wanted to
is
leave
a
them.
public document.
yeah, no, we'll definitely get those back to her. But ODOT is engaging in a process right now that's ongoing and has yet to kind of reach a conclusion point where they're examining how the impacts and options that they may have. And so I think staff, obviously, in the road department is watching that process as well. But really just wanted to open up to the board for your discussion. This was kind of at the request of the board. And so just a general conversation that you might want to have related to this bill and these processes that we're beginning to see in different places across the state.
So yeah, my goal is just to kind of learn some of the terminology, because it's interesting. There's the ask for benefits and apprenticeships, and just the Lane County document itself was shared. We don't have it right here today, but what exactly are the goals of the programs? This is so our community partners, the apprentices programs for construction industry. Deschutes County is going to be doing some, bigger projects and probably into the future also. So just learning about it today, kind of in that same category. Any other thoughts or?
Yeah, when I heard about this policy that they had adopted in Lane County, I just thought it sounded like, it sounded very interesting. This is a way for us to use the taxpayers' dollars, not just to build the facilities and infrastructure that we need, but also to provide more benefits to our community. I really see a policy like this as helping us invest in the building trades workforce in the community. Living wages, full family health insurance, and apprenticeships. The apprenticeships especially, that to me seems like a extremely valuable way to invest in that building trades workforce. And as we all know, this is a really fast-growing community. There's a lot of stuff getting built out there, and we need those apprenticeship programs to keep the pipeline full of workers to work on those projects. I was also really impressed that in the year of implementation that Lane County has had so far, their finding was that implementing this policy wasn't costing them any more than contracting under their old status quo system. So, I mean, even putting these requirements in place for contractors was not resulting in the cost of those contracts going up for them. So if you can achieve those kinds of additional benefits for your community and still get your work done at the same price, it seems like a really great opportunity to me.
Well, I think this is the time of inflation, so I don't know, relative. We'd have to analyze any comment like that. I mean, how could you say costs aren't going up? So relative to something, contracting is always happening. We're seeing escalation all over the place. But I wouldn't have content to be able to talk about that. But I do support, apprenticeships are the lifeblood of construction industry. I mean, it's really exciting to be able to get the next generation up to speed. There's a lot of retirements happening, a lot of long history of great service to the communities, especially in the construction industry. But yeah, those apprentices are very important. Apprenticeship programs. So we'll see where we go. So any other thoughts, Commissioner Adair, just kind of for us to?
Yes, I mean, you have to look at what happened with our Veterans Village, where J and Hearts of Oregon, the youth came in and actually had apprenticeships for those programs. And because the industry itself is so impacted by the lack of numbers, clearly I would like to hear from the local contracting community, what are going to be the complications of this? I think we need to hear from their side too. I do feel that we in Deschutes County have such pressure for projects and growth, and the county, has some really big projects coming up, and I wouldn't want to do anything without hearing from the local contracting community. I know what happened in Umatilla County when they built their new fairgrounds. The state got involved, and nobody could actually volunteer there on that project, and that is actually a community of enormous volunteers. I believe it was like they had to be paid $50 an hour. It was, there were a lot of things that happened with that. And so I just want to be well aware here in Deschutes County, because we do need more things built, and heard from a lot of people that would love to have the fact that they want their health insurance. And I can understand that. It is really important. So yes, I would love, I think we need to hear all sides before we make any kind of decisions.
I think one of the key things that I'd like to hear from Lee and Chris and Chad and Cody is how much of the contracts that we are letting right now have prevailing wage requirements. Because if currently a contract has a prevailing wage requirement, then essentially the living wage requirement of Lane County's policy and the health insurance benefit is essentially covered. I mean, there's, I've learned a little bit about how there are opportunities to, under your standard prevailing wage contract, there are opportunities to essentially buy out the health insurance benefit, and just pay an employee cash, and instead of providing the health insurance benefit. And that actually may be sort of like a corner cutting, way to trim down the cost of that requirement of prevailing wage contractors. But if we're doing a lot of prevailing wage contracts, then there's really
in progress.
The thing that's different or new with this is pretty much just the apprenticeship piece.
So it looks like, Chris, you may have a comment. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, I just wanted you to see my face this morning, board, so I'm here.
There we go.
I think you're talking about the right things that we've brought up in the staff report here from the contracting community. I think what you'll find is there's certainly a difference in availability of apprenticeship programs on one side of the state, one side of the mountain range, than there is on the other. And I think as you reach out to the local contracting community, that's probably what you're going to hear is going to be not necessarily an obstacle, but something of, that's easier to get on one side than the other per se. I also want to point out and answer your question, Commissioner Chang, virtually all of our contracts for capital projects certainly are prevailing wage. I think Lane County's project requirement of over $1 million certainly would mean all of their projects are prevailing wage. I think we're at a very small amount, 50 to 50,000 on up, I believe, qualifies us to have a prevailing wage contract. So it's practically everything that we do hits that category. That coupled with recent legislation that adjusts the prevailing wage based on union negotiated contracts within a region, provides another mechanism that kind of addresses some of that, the increased salary component as well. But that's basically the point I wanted to make, was that I think it's down to the apprenticeship programs and what we have available here locally and versus what is much easier to get on the other side of the mountains.
So I was able to communicate with, at COCC, they got apprenticeship programs, and there's some terminology around it, like the sponsoring. Maybe, Lee, do you have some help on that? As I say, that's what I need to do, is learn some of it. So when they say, okay, we're going to have an apprenticeship program, who's the sponsoring industry or contractor, I think that it is. But there's more and more apprenticeship programs becoming available through COCC to coordinate on that also.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a few comments. Lee Randall, Facilities Director. Related to your question, that would be an apprentice training agent. Would be that contractor that signs up to sponsor staff in an apprenticeship program. So for instance, the facilities department, we participate in the electrical apprenticeship here locally. We've had 2 different people go through that program. We currently don't have an apprentice, but given that we have 1 journeyman electrician, we're only able to carry 1 apprentice at a time. But that's an option that, as we have staff who become interested, it's something that we can participate in. And so being that training agent, it could be a public entity like Deschutes County Facilities or contractors. And to Chris's point, in terms of availability of apprenticeships, within the building trades, there's quite a bit of access here locally, but it's not probably as simple or as easily accessed in the higher population centers. So if someone wants to be involved in electrical apprenticeship and HVAC apprenticeship, there's multiple electrical licenses someone could pursue, and then as well as plumbing or fire sprinkler fitting, for instance. So in millwright, those apprenticeships are available to one degree or another here in Central Oregon, as well as a carpenter's apprenticeship through the Carpenters Union. But there's always, it's probably not the same access that you'd have in Portland or Salem or Eugene. So there's certainly room, I think, to support apprenticeships further, knowing, like was mentioned earlier, that we have a shortage of folks in the trades due to aging workforce, and also due, I think it was brought up in a Board of Commissioners meeting several weeks ago, during the recession, specifically in the building trades, we saw a lot of folks move into other industries, and they haven't necessarily come back. And so there's certainly a shortage of skilled trade workers going forward. And then, just to highlight those parts of what the Senate bill provides for health benefits, apprenticeships. The apprenticeships is one discussion. I think within the health benefits discussion, there would be an opportunity to get input from local contractors and see what benefits are being provided by contractors here locally who would be a typical contractor to participate in one of our larger prevailing wage projects. And on the facility side, it's similar to the road department in that a lot of our projects are prevailing wage over that $50,000 mark. And so we have several that are underway right now. And as was mentioned, we have quite a few coming up. So That would kind of be the summary that I would provide to kind of hit on the points that were raised.
Great. So I know we do have the operating engineers at the road department and solid waste. And I remember, as I say, just as a parent, the apprenticeship programs were offered at the high school level too. And, this is kind of that push and pull or the yin and yang about going to college or going down this apprenticeship program. Can either Chris or Chad talk about, what are the requirements for, like, driving that big compactor down in the landfill? What are those requirements even? I was able to sit behind the stick for a moment, but I wasn't qualified for it. As I say, I see Chad on here. I don't know if he's...
Good morning, Commissioners. Chad Santola, Interim Director of Solid Waste. In the past couple of years, Chris can probably elaborate on this as well. The apprenticeship program has been kind of modified. It's not quite as formal as it has been in the past. We have the opportunity to send operators to school over in the valley, but currently we're not functioning with a formal apprenticeship program, and I believe that's the case in your department too, Chris.
That's correct. It's on the job training and then training that we contract with our union, the union that represents our employees, to backfill what they need. And so it's a matter of on the job training primarily, Commissioner, that enables them to develop that skill set such that when we feel they're qualified, they can operate the equipment that we ask them to do. We do have operating engineers here locally within our shops, but privately, I don't believe in heavy highway construction and other civil contractors. There is an active union presence. It's mostly government elements that are unionized, and privately, this would be the hurdle and something that would need to be addressed with our heavy highway contractors.
I'm going to add one more thing as well, back on to Commissioner Chan's question regarding capital projects. I suppose on the average, the solid waste department, every year or two, we may have a project that would be in the prevailing wage rate category. Liner construction is a good example, and this coming fiscal year, we'll be doing the Negus transfer station improvements. On our liner projects, typically these contractors come from out of state. They'll hire local electricians if we have electrical work on pumping systems or things like that. But all the operating equipment operators that come in are typically from out of state contractors.
Great.
So Chad, in a scenario like that, if there was an apprenticeship requirement, I mean, would some of these out-of-state contractors be able to bring on local apprentices to, and still compete for contracts? I mean, or, I guess that's my first question. And then my second question would be, is that essentially a way for us to get more local benefit out of our contracting dollars? If the contractor that's doing the project is out of state, we, in that case, at least we get the local apprenticeships, out of our dollars as well.
Yeah, I think that would depend on who our contractor is. We've had both union and non-union representative contractors working on liner projects at the landfill. And I know on the union ones, they will get local operating engineers on board for the project, and I would expect that apprenticeship program could extend in that respect. But about half of the liner projects we've done here have been with non-union contractors. So how that would affect their ability to bid if we had a requirement for an apprenticeship program is something we really should look at.
Yeah, and the folks I talked to at Lane County said, they wanted to emphasize that the way that they wrote their policy, it does not require union apprenticeship programs. They require BOLI certified or BOLI approved apprenticeship programs, which I guess now I'm not clear whether that is a BOLI approved apprenticeship requires local apprentices or not, but maybe that's something else we can look into.
Well, so just going down the apprenticeship path, how about we hear a little bit from our training agent kind of down that path. What's a training agent? COCC, as I say, we've got, I think Rachel Knox is the lady's name. I talked to her, and she kind of knows about this, and then we can really do a little bit more education on this. So, I mean, there is an ask for us to do something, the terminology of defining community benefits that we may want to advance, and I'm truly just at the educational phase at this point in time. And, just like Commissioner Chang, you mentioned, is there a way to set it up so there's apprenticeships for local folks, naturally in the flow of contracting?
Yeah, I mean, if we put in place a policy like this, it just basically it encourages certain things. It encourages contractors to, provide full family health insurance. It encourages contractors to, to use apprentices or participate, engage in apprenticeship programs. If they don't want to bid on our projects, there's still a whole lot of construction going on out there in our community. So it's not, I mean, we're not talking about putting in place some kind of policy that would cover all construction activity in our community. We're just talking about how we're using county taxpayer dollars to build new county facilities and infrastructure.
Well, and as I say, I'm working on what is the terminology about what we are even talking about. So it's educational at this point. So is there
I would say it's, yes, educational. I'd like more information.
support for, which we can bring this whole thing back a little bit.
No, I mean, there's a lot of questions clearly that we.
And I did ask for the local contracting community, just to hear from them, people that are in a position to actually do some of our bigger projects. Where are they at in this incredibly tight labor market, et cetera?
So as I say, how about we set up for, another step to this, focus on apprenticeship programs, and then we'll take it from there.
Well, I mean, I'd also like, I just want to get an understanding of how much of a concern that the health insurance, the full family health insurance requirement would be to the other commissioners, because if that's a big concern, then I'd like us to do more homework on that as well. If it's not a big concern, then, and the focus is the apprenticeships, then we can focus our attention on that.
So we're talking about employer-paid family health insurance. So as a small business owner, my wife and I previously, that's a goal. That's always a goal. So for a small business owner, I'm hesitant to think that we're going to say, well, at your county level, if you do business with us, we're going to make you do this. I mean, either financials pencil or they don't, and I would have to understand the next step here. So it's educational. I need to
But we're essentially, I mean, if we are talking about prevailing wage contracts, which it sounds like the majority of the large projects that we do are prevailing wage contracts, then the requirement to either provide that insurance or provide the cash equivalent of it is already built in. So it's really not, it's not a huge difference in cost unless someone is sort of,
So I'd need to learn about right where that.
Okay.
Because you were saying, you cut the corner off of something by providing that cash benefit opposed to
that
the
buyout.
And as I say, I don't. I haven't been in that size of a company to operate to think, okay, well, this is where that happens. I would need to learn about that.
Right. So can we make that as a?
Well, yeah, as I say, I was thinking of
homework?
2 steps.
Okay.
Apprenticeships and, I mean, if we bring that back, that's fine. Let's do it in 2 pieces. Well, I was thinking, let's do apprenticeship program, get real focused on that. By doing that, talking to some different folks, I'm sure we'll get some feedback on, what does it mean to have employer-paid family health insurance? And, I mean, we can bring it back. Let's set up apprenticeship programs, from January sometime.
Yeah. I mean, just before we set the health insurance, the full family health insurance question aside, I did want to mention, in speaking with Dave Berger, who's one of the advocates for this policy, he helped me understand the dynamic of when the potential, some of the why the full family health insurance requirement might be important. Essentially, not only does this kind of prevent corner cutting, which basically shorts a worker of some of the either funding or benefit that they might get. But it also, there are a lot of workers who take the buyout. Maybe they want some cash in hand more than they want health insurance for their family. But if they don't take the health insurance for their family, then it also has significant impacts on the healthcare sector in our community. Because the less people with health insurance, the less people are using St. Charles Hospital in Lapine, for example. The less people are using St. Charles Hospital in Lapine, the slower we're going to get to a full hospital in South County. And it puts more burden on the Mosaic Medicals or the
And this is a situation where
FQHCs.
so you're connecting a whole bunch of things there, and you're explaining to me the value of it, and I don't have that in my head. So, I mean, that's why I would need to take time. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
And
no,
you just
I-
explained, somebody might do this, which might affect this, which might
Well,
affect that.
I-
You've already
I'm-
started 3 steps into it, and I'm not even there.
Yeah,
So I
no,
need to
I'm
understand
just
that.
saying that when we get to talking about the full family health insurance component of this, I want that to be, a part of the discussion. I mean, we're trying to, when we ask staff to go and do homework for us, I want them to, to have a sense of the full breadth of information we want them to bring back. I'm not trying to,
Well, as I say, I was-
I'm not trying to get you to vote yes or no right now. I'm just trying to
Oh, no,
kind
and
of
my
fully
point
unpack
was the logic flow that you were just explaining to me, to people. I haven't gone down those paths as far as you have. So I would need to do that to even understand what the implications are as you see them,
Right.
and then I might see them the same or differently. So there's education there.
Yeah, and so I'm just putting the idea out for the first time so
Yep.
that we know it's on the radar and it's something that we should look into.
Okay. So how about, as I say, I mean, now we're setting up for, follow-on, but I mean, it sounds like there, enthusiasm for apprenticeship program and then education for employer-paid family insurance, expectations or requirements or whatever we might do. So we're defining the topics a little better here today. And as I say, I know there's apprenticeship programs that are, people that are out there ready to explain it a little bit farther, so.
Well, I just think of some of the young men that were actually running my feed store in Bend. It was amazing. He was a sophomore in high school here in Bend, and he was doing a phenomenal job. I asked him how old he was. I mean, a sophomore in high school. Very professional. Unfortunately, the business closed for several reasons, but then I see the young people that are working at the gas station at the Tumalo Shell, young high school man, very mature, working hard, and they want to step out when they graduate and move into something like an apprenticeship program. So anyway,
Yeah.
I just feel like, maybe we don't have the volume that they have on the other side of the mountain, but there are clearly some really mature youth in Deschutes County that I see them working all the time, and I am so proud and appreciative of what they do. So.
Well, and I'm excited too. I know that, there's intern programs also. So high school students just taking a summer intern doing anything, learning how to kind of show up on the job, ready to go, see the big picture, be prepared to work. And that's one step, an intern while you're going to, primary school. But then there's also this opportunity to really step out and think about the big picture down any one of these apprenticeship paths. So that'll be exciting to be able to learn more and even offer. I mean, there's going to be a generation of young people that are going to be finding career opportunities that are going to keep them fully employed and productive in the community for their whole working life. I mean, and just like we mentioned, there's a retirement wave also that needs to be backfilled. So pretty exciting.
Yep.
Okay. For information, we're learning more. Item number 15, Treasury and Finance Report.
Commissioners, I'm covering for our Chief Financial Officer, Greg Munn, this morning. Very briefly, and I'll keep the comments very, very brief, and maybe we can get back onto schedule soon. We just had the mid-year Budget Committee meeting last week. That was nearly a 5-hour meeting, so we discussed a lot of this in quite some depth. In short, in my summary with Greg this morning, it's really a status quo update, not a lot of significant changes from the prior month. The biggest difference from last year to this year This year, we've collected 84% of our general fund budget. Last year, we were at 92%, and really the difference is the fact that last year we had collected the CARES Act funding, and that's what really was the difference. Beyond that, Greg didn't have any other updates at this point. The next real big one is going to be in January, where we do look at the 50% year budget update in January. So with that, I'll keep my remarks brief. I'm happy to answer any questions that I may be able to, and/or we can bring Greg back early in January. Thank
I
you.
have a question, and I know you can answer it.
Okay.
On the Fund 295 for community development, we have 2 footnotes for the business increase.
What page is that?
Page 40.
Of the,
It's for increased building valuations. Now, I know we just heard about that about a week ago, and I'm wondering how much, it's coming from the state, how much did it go up? Did it go up 10%, 5%? What is the number difference from the state? I was just curious about that.
I think Peter Gutowski might have been on here.
Yeah, Peter is likely on here, and Peter may or may not know that number. If I recall correctly, I think it was 6.5%, but Peter may recall. If he doesn't, Commissioner, we'll get that information to you today. And I see Peter's just coming online now. Peter, I don't know if you know what that valuation increase was, but I think it was 6.5%.
I mean, I was just curious because it was saying that it had gone up that much, and
So,
yeah.
Peter could explain a little bit possibly.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I don't have the information right on my fingertips, but I would echo what Nick said. I think it was 6.5% as part of the changes to the international building code to reflect increase in valuations.
So that's just kind of a formula number that gets applied across just the square footage of residential or a garage or shop or commercial, or just something like that, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay.
And I know Greg has prepared the information. CDD provided a great response to the Budget Committee's question last week about the valuation and those differences, what had changed. And Greg is compiling the responses to each of the questions and is going to provide all that information to the board here in short order. So he does have that information from CDD ready to distribute.
Well, so an observation, how often does this happen? You know, the valuations change at this level?
It's every few years. Peter, I don't recall what it is. It's not annually, but it's maybe every 3 years.
I think they said 3, didn't they?
I think that's right. I think it's every 3 years. This year just happened to be a particularly significant jump. Generally, it's not. Generally, it's a relatively small increase. Peter, I don't know if you have more information.
I do not. I know it's not biannually, so it's not a regular occurrence, but we can certainly get back to you and provide that.
Well, and just observing that, when we do a fee schedule review, this is a wholesale change to a subset of the fees. It's like, oh, this fee we're setting at this rate, but all of a sudden it will change it when this happens. So that's my observation.
That's exactly right, and that's one of the reasons this past spring CDD did not request hardly any fee increases at all, except maybe a bit for planning, which doesn't have any impact resulting from the building valuation increase. It did have corresponding increases to some funds, but not to all. So, but that increase did reduce the department's request for fee increases this past year.
Great.
And I did just confirm it is 6.5%.
And I thought the interesting fact to note is that 94% of residents in Deschutes County did pay their property taxes. So
thank you.
Another significant part of why we can sit here is the fact that people are incredibly punctual in paying their property taxes. So I thank our tax office for giving that 3% discount. I think it really is, it makes it worthwhile to pay your taxes early. So, thank you.
Great. So I flipped through here and there's nothing I had pulled out. Yeah.
Nothing.
So it's great.
Nothing that can't wait for Greg next month.
It's a great point in time to have these monthly reviews. I want to thank the staff for putting this together and Greg's a presentation of that, but yeah, don't need to go any farther on that today. Okay, item number 16, Mount Bachelor Biomass Project Update.
So Commissioners, Nick Lelak, I will cover for our Chief Financial Officer, Greg Munnigan, in this case. And we should have people joining us online as I provide a brief overview that is in the packet. Last fall, in October, representatives from Mount Bachelor made a presentation to the board regarding the proposed construction of a biomass energy facility to provide heat and snow melt for 4 buildings in the West Village Lodge complex. Mount Bachelor, they've been continuing to look at partners for funding and really evaluating the proposal overall. And they'll provide an update on that to you this morning. Our finance department has also looked at what funding options that the county may provide, and that's summarized in the staff report as well. In some, the county may loan non-tax revenue to any private corporation per county code. The county does make small development loans, generally based on projects that add jobs. We know that this is not sufficient to cover what the request is. The request is going to be significantly larger. So the question is really going to come down to TRT, transient room tax funding. And Greg wanted to make sure that I clarified that we can't loan TRT funds, but we can grant TRT funds. So with that, if I can turn it over to the Mount Bachelor team, we have John McLeod. I believe we have, is Andrew, I'm not sure if Andrew's joining us, and Megan Hartman are joining us this morning. They have a presentation, and if you're able to bring up the presentation that's in the packet, I'm not sure if it's in a PDF or perhaps not. It's
Yeah, so we do have a PDF.
we do have a PDF
available as part of the published agenda, but maybe not for display today, it looks like.
Right. So with that, if I may turn it over to the Mount Bachelor team, I will do so.
Yeah, Megan, would you happen to have that presentation?
I do. Thank you, Commissioners, and good morning. My name's Megan Hartman. I'm the Director of Business Development for Wisewood. I'm standing in for Andrew. He's feeling a little under the weather this morning. So I do have a slide deck of that if it would be helpful for me to share my screen, or I can talk through it if you've got the packet in front of you. I'm happy to do either.
Well, yeah, let's try to do the presentation if you're able to share your screen.
Sure.
It usually works pretty well for everybody.
Great.
And as a board, we have seen this, so if there's any kind of updates, project updates, engineering the completion, because, yeah, as I say, we have seen this, but I'm excited to see what we can do in partnership here.
Great. And can you all see this first slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, and we've got, we wanted to share a few new slides with you. So this isn't a total duplicate of what you saw a couple of months ago. But we were, let's see, let me get going. There we go. We wanted to give you, again, just a project summary for any folks who are less familiar with the project. And then Commissioner Chang was kind enough to pass along some questions that he was starting to receive about this project. So I've been engaging with some community members in Deschutes County and have sort of compiled a couple of the key impacts that folks have had questions about. So we thought we would talk a little bit more about that here today, and then a little bit of a status update. So again, for folks who are a little less familiar, we're talking about a biomass district heating system that would serve the West Village at Mount Bachelor. Currently, the ski resort spends, well, the last few years, the average had been about $270,000 a year on propane and heating costs. This year, with the increase in propane pricing, that's actually jumped to almost $400,000. The biomass system is estimated to lower those operating costs by about 2/3. Construction costs, as propane has gone up, and as I'm sure you all have seen, a lot of other costs have been increasing. We've been trying to keep a kind of finger on the pulse of costs, and it's increased to about $6.8 million to construct the project. This would be using modern wood energy technology. Wisewood partners with several different vendors in Europe that are really international leaders in this technology, very clean and state-of-the-art systems. These images are of a similar system, a little bit smaller, in Burns in Eastern Oregon. Back in 2016, there was a ribbon cutting there, and similar in the sense that it's also a district system heating several community buildings, including a school, the county sheriff's office and courthouse, and a mental health facility, as well as a church. So this is a similar kind of technology that would be at Mount Bachelor. At Mount Bachelor, the boiler system would be kind of tucked away. You can see to the right there, away from the main cluster of buildings, but close enough that folks could walk over there for a tour and see this technology in action. It'd be serving these 4 main buildings and offsetting the propane use of those facilities. We've got just a few renderings to give folks a sense of the size and what the visual impacts of this would be. Wisewood has worked with Mount Bachelor over the last several years, including with the Forest Service, to make sure that what we're designing is aligned with the aesthetics of the mountain. And of course, the Forest Service is very mindful about structures kind of blending in and being aesthetically pleasing with the landscape. So we put a lot of intent to do that. You can see there's big bay windows, so you can look in at the technology with some stonework, so it gives more of a sense of blending in with the forest there. You can see there's a wood chip bay where wood chips would be stored, and then there's a loader shown just for reference that can be kind of manipulated to get some larger volume of material, but the wood chips would actually be automatically fed into the boiler, and so it can operate automatically, as well as some de-ashing there in the bins in the front. It also includes ESP, which works on the particulate emission controls. Some more of the rendering to see what the facility would look like. Again, those bay windows to make it a little more conducive to having tours of the system, being more of a public facing while still being utilitarian for the mountain. Another view there. So I know you've seen some of that already, so just to jump forward a little bit to some of the impacts and to elaborate a bit on, based on some of the feedback and questions that we've gotten. I think the first thing that comes to mind for a lot of folks is where this wood supply would come from and whether it's a sustainable wood supply. So this image on the left is actually borrowed from the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project, which is a pretty active collaborative group here in Deschutes County and the surrounding region, where you can see kind of the before and after of fuel reduction treatments that aim to remove a lot of this small diameter material that is essentially tinder for higher severity wildfire impacts. And there have been a lot of efforts. Deschutes County has really been, and Deschutes National Forest has been at the forefront of doing some of these restoration activities to reduce the threat of high severity fire and really improve forest health on these fire adapted landscapes. But that produces a lot of material, a lot of byproduct that is often piled and burned. So a little bit of context for how Mount Bachelor fits into that scenario, into that context. The Mount Bachelor district energy system would use about 1,000 tons of wood chips, of woody material per year. That's about equivalent to 50 semi-trucks a year, pretty small on the scale of wood energy systems. And all that material would be sourced from forest restoration activities in the Deschutes National Forest. That's very critical and important part of the project and very important to Mount Bachelor. And to kind of put that in context of the regional supply, 1,000 tons in Central Oregon is roughly equivalent to about 100 treated acres per year. A rule of thumb is that you can get 10 tons of woody material byproduct from these kind of forest restoration activities where you're aiming to make the system more similar to pre-European fire-adapted landscape prescriptions. So 100 treated acres per year is what this system can contribute to. And the Deschutes National Forest already has NEPA approved activities planned for 47,000 acres, and all of that is actually in the vicinity of Mount Bachelor. So even if the forest were never going to approve any further activities, just what they've already got ready to go, it would equal about 500 years of operations for Mount Bachelor. So plenty of material that would come from these kind of forest restoration activities that this project can support. The other key question that folks have is about air quality. As I mentioned previously, it's very common to take this material that comes from these restoration activities, pile it up and burn it. This picture is from BLM land doing those kinds of activities in Prineville. It's very common on national forests because of just the cost to do anything else. Diverting that material instead into a wood energy system like what is proposed in Mount Bachelor reduces the particulate emissions by about 30 to 50 times compared to what would happen in pile burning, which is, it's pretty easy to see that. Anyone who's seen these piles go up, you can see it's very smoky, and it can only really occur when there is an appropriate weather window and there's a less risk that that's going to become a fire itself. So diverting that material into a wood energy system can really support efforts to do less pile burning and divert those activities to other things like fuel reduction treatments and prescribed fire where that makes sense as well.
So
you can see in the graph, it's a similar emissions to other conventional fossil fuel systems.
Megan, could you explain the ESP acronym? So, because you mentioned.
Yeah. It's an electrostatic precipitator. And it's the best available control technology that is not actually required for this system. It's already passed. We've worked with DEQ, and even without those controls, it was modeled by a third party to meet the most stringent air quality thresholds that it would need to meet, in fact, because of its proximity to the Three Sisters Wilderness. But an ESP is just kind of on top of that. Yep. That Mount Bachelor felt was important just to make sure everyone feels comfortable with this project.
Great.
Of course, the other question that is top of mind is how this project would affect carbon emissions. And again, the critical piece, similar to air quality here, is to think about the alternative fate of this material, which in this context is very common to be pile burning. And so when you can see in these graphs, there's a business as usual scenario on the left, and that's capturing the emissions from propane as well as the emissions from pile burning, a similar amount of wood fuel as would be used in the biomass system at Mount Bachelor. And on the right, it's showing the biomass energy system. And you see we actually are counting the emissions from biomass in this graph. It's arguable, some would say that biomass should just be counted neutral, but we know that that's a controversial topic, and it is not always the case. We wanted to kind of show without a doubt that in this case, it certainly is carbon neutral and even carbon negative in the short, if not immediate term. You can see the green is the biogenic emissions from biomass. There is a little bit of emissions that come from forest operations, processing, and transport. It's actually a pretty small footprint in terms of the total carbon footprint of one of these systems. And then there's still a little bit of a fossil fuel boiler. And the reason for that is that we optimize the sizing of these systems so that they are run most efficiently and kind of base load the system. So at the shoulder seasons when it's not quite cold enough to turn on a boiler, or in the very peak of the season when it's really, really cold, we'll run the backup propane system for just a little bit. So the biomass is, I believe we're estimating to cover about 92% of the total heat load at Mount Bachelor, and the fossil fuel boiler would cover just the trim, that remainder. So that's what the blue slice there is in the biomass system. And so it's pretty clear to see the business as usual scenario in Central Oregon is using fossil fuels that are imported from outside of the community, as well as doing this pile burning with the associated air quality emissions and carbon emissions. With biomass instead, you can reduce that pile burning, you can offset the fossil fuel, and instead be using some of that material from your local forest in this a very clean system going forward for the whole life of the system. And we peg these systems to be about 25 years of a lifetime. They can go longer if they're kept up well, but that's just for practicality reason. We think of it as a 25-year lifetime of offsetting that propane and fossil fuels.
So Megan, can you give us a percentage? I'm trying to guesstimate exactly what the numbers are for the business as usual scenario versus the biomass energy scenario, but what kind of a reduction in carbon emissions is this?
Yeah, I don't have the exact data point in front of me, but I believe it's around 40% of a reduction. And that's including the biomass emissions from both pile burning and in the district system, the biomass district system.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. The one final impact we wanted to touch on is just kind of a broader perspective of putting Deschutes County and the Mount Bachelor Ski Resort really on the map globally. It's a global technology, as I mentioned, but we really think that wind energy has a very local story to tell, certainly in Deschutes County and in the West in general. This technology is very common in European ski towns. This picture is from Lech, Austria. Across European towns, they'll have biomass boilers. The technology that we've recommended is the technology that is in many of those systems, and they're district systems that are heating lodges and even hotels and resorts that are nearby those lodges. And so you'd really be bringing that global technology here in Deschutes County, which of course tourism is a key part of the community and what brings folks to this beautiful part of the state. And so we really think that this project is going to amplify and elevate Central Oregon and Mount Bachelor Ski Resort as a destination for folks. And in that, really tell a uniquely Western story. You hear a lot about biomass in the news, but it's usually capturing something that's really happening in the southeast of the United States that's totally different than what this is about. This is really about using our regionally abundant resource that is going to waste and is harming our air quality and is threatening communities in the wildland urban interface, and instead using it in a highly efficient, very clean technology, and that will really be a showcase for the community. And we know there's a lot of ski resorts in California, for example, that are also looking at this technology now. And so Mount Bachelor would be among the first to implement this, and we think that would be something that would really be a standout for the community that the whole county would benefit from.
So Megan, do any of the California ski resorts have this already?
So they don't yet. The closest one is North Star up near Tahoe. They have actually, they've put out a bid recently. We're hoping to support them on that project to do this kind of a system. So they're looking to construct this next year. We'll see how timelines work out. But I would say that they're the closest, but others are certainly looking at it. Wisewood ourselves are in conversation with a handful in the Tahoe region in particular. There are a couple other smaller ski resorts in the United States that have wood energy systems. Bridgerable, I believe, in Maine, and one or two others that are quite a bit smaller. I think Bridgerable is a cordwood boiler, so a little bit less compelling, I would say, than this system. So this would be the first, whether it's Mount Bachelor or one in California that goes first or is second, would be the first of this technology in the United States, but certainly following dozens in similar European communities.
What about Whistler? Have they done anything?
Whistler, I don't know for certain. I'm fairly certain they do not have a biomass system, but I know many ski resorts are looking at different ways to use renewable energy at their lodges.
They're getting a lot of snow this year. Well, so is Tahoe, so yes.
Yeah. Okay, I think I've just got a couple slides here to wrap things up. Our next steps with Mount Bachelor, and I know John's on the line, so I'm sure he can chime in with other thoughts as well. But there's a Forest Service grant that Mount Bachelor intends to apply to that's due on the 19th. And that will be to supplement some grant dollars for the project while we're also investigating loan options for Mount Bachelor. And we're kind of moving forward with the understanding and assumption that funds will be available beginning in spring of 2022. Our ask for the county, based on our communications with you already and kind of exploring loans versus grants, at this point, we're asking for a $1.5 million grant. We understand that would be simpler than a loan. And the other key thing is that we'll need a letter of intent from the county that there is intent to provide a grant with the dollar amount to that grant, so that we can include it in the grant application on the 19th of January. And it's fine if there are some caveats. We understand, it has to go through your process of approval. So if there are caveats in that letter that said, we intend to give these dollars subject to X, Y, and Z, that would be totally acceptable. But the Forest Service grant does require that all other funding is identified to a certain extent for the grant application. So that's another piece of our ask. We can follow up with another, a formal letter if you need, but that's, we're kind of working towards that formal request for some indication of what the county might be willing to provide. So in summary, just to kind of close things up, and then happy to discuss to any further length. Modern wood heating of the type that we're looking at Mount Bachelor is really among the most efficient uses of biomass energy. And in fire adapted regions like Central Oregon, it's so well suited for the landscape. It really creates meaningful markets for this type of material that is a byproduct of what we'd call fire smart forest management. The project would put Mount Bachelor and Deschutes County on the map as a national leader in this regionally appropriate renewable energy. And we do think that it's going to be followed by ski resorts elsewhere. And we have our ask, we're asking for $1.5 million, and we would plug that into another grant request for the Forest Service that we're applying to on the 19th of January.
Great, thank you so much. Great consolidated presentation.
Megan, my first question is, when do you think you might actually need the dollars in hand? That we can, if we can make a commitment now for dollars that you're going to need, in a year and a half or 2 years, and we're talking about transient room tax, then I'm feeling like it would be easier to commit a large amount of transient room tax revenue, knowing that we will be, we'll have a year or 2 years to replenish that TRT, versus if you receive the federal funding and you're ready to turn around and go to capital construction in June, that would be. We'll have amassed less TRT at that point.
Yeah, well, because we're trying to get creative with the financing, so we're looking at different sources. So the benefit of that is that we can kind of pull from different sources as we go through the project. So I would say that we can certainly be flexible. And for example, the Forest Service funding, we'd expect to get that announcement and notification of awards in May or around May of 2022. Usually those dollars are not available until August. But they do allow for some earlier spending. And then a loan, of course, would be available right away. So I wouldn't see a problem if it made sense for the county to, limit or dole out dollars in a way that worked for you over the fiscal year or 2 fiscal years. I think that would be fine, and we could work with that.
Yeah, I
agree with that. I think, there's also the funding that we're providing too, and timing can be flexible. What we're really looking to do is to secure a total package that makes it, an investable project for us.
Great. And for introduction, yeah, John McLeod, are you up at the mountain currently?
I am indeed.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Is it snowing up there?
Yes, it's snowing. Actually, it started snowing again in the last 10 minutes or so. So we
Good.
definitely could use that.
So you're asking for 22% of the funding from the county, and I'm wondering, what is the grant maximum, that you think you might get from the feds then? Is that the 5.3 million, or are you going elsewhere? I mean, is the federal
So
government
I'm-
the only place you can get
Yeah,
the money?
There's a little bit of a TBD on the federal money because our understanding is the Build Back Better bill would infuse the grant with more dollars at the national level, which would increase the amount that we could ask from the Forest Service in this round. Of course, that hasn't passed yet. So the baseline ask to the feds would be $1 million. And it's possible that it could go up to 2 or 3 million, but that really depends on what happens with Build Back Better and what the final dollars are. That it sounds like they can actually adjust it pretty quickly. And then, as John mentioned, the powder will also be contributing to the project as well.
Well, and my vision today would be to come up with a clear amount showing support, because as I say, I have been supportive in the past. Sometimes the ask gets pretty big, so let's figure out what the board is willing to do here. And I would start off with just setting a number and making that commitment. I don't know that I mean, let's just do one thing one time and not think of it as 2 fiscal years. I mean, that's future revenue that, we don't have in our hand.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about committing future TRT. I'm just saying if we want to allocate out $1 million or $1.5 million of the TRT we're holding right now, if they don't need that until we've amassed more TRT, then I just won't feel like our pot is so deplenished, right up front.
So there was 2 numbers just mentioned by Commissioner Chang. Is something resonating with you, Commissioner Adair?
Not that much.
So yeah, this is the business.
1.5 from the county, but the feds are only going to be able to come up with $1 million. And I would hope there would be some other funding for this. Serious?
Well, and there will be, I'm sure. This
Yeah,
is
but I
part
mean,
of
I don't want to do
project.
1.5.
Yeah.
That's, I like the project. I know you're going to save money because you're going to be doing, there are good unintended consequences with the project, but
Well, is there a
1.5
nice
is too
round
much.
number of $1 million available?
I don't know,
That
and
sounded
then,
like a-
don't forget, we also had that big ask from Sun River, and Sun River has historically probably provided over 55% of our TRT reserve over the last 40, 50 years. So, they ask up to 10 million for that project, and I do believe that really has our name on it, that we really need to allocate for that project. So, I don't know, if $1 million's too
It
much,
is-
when
it
is
is
the right
also-
back?
It is also true that a huge number of those people go to stay at Sun River so that they can ski at Mount Bachelor. So, I see those 2 plus the Terrebonne investment that we were talking. Or my suggestion that we support the Terrebonne wastewater project out of TRT. I see them all as fairly similar. These would be investments in infrastructure in some of our main tourism drivers in the community. So.
Well, and I'd like to give clarity today. I mean, it's exciting knowing that it all fits together. Tourism is huge. When you look at the big picture of tourism, it used to be Mount Bachelor, Sun River, and Canada. Like in the 60s and 70s, that was it. That was Central Oregon. These are the big boys. And the Sun River revenue and Mount Bachelor investment is very exciting. So I'm leaning towards a real clear, confident $1 million investment. This would be kind of unallocated transient room tax fund that we have for this, for purposes, which could be general fund also, but it is created by transient room tax. Gives the project confidence that there's, that's money, that's cash in hand to be able to grow the funding package on.
And it's early money in the capital stack that they can then leverage, use to leverage other dollars, which I think is really exciting. We often come in at the tail end of projects and provide, like last funding, which, helps people get stuff done. But to be early in the capital stack for this project, it would allow us to feel that we are helping to build the momentum for the overall thing to move forward.
So Megan, $1 million matches what you're probably asking for from the feds then? Are they asking for any kind of match for their dollars?
I think if I can just summarize, like what Phil just said is absolutely true. This is hasn't advanced prior to now because it needs somebody to sort of start it. I think in this case, Powder is willing to be that last investor and close the gap, but the gap has to be an investable amount, and so being first is important here. I think that definitely helps with the grant application for the Fed, the Wood Energy grant. But we are contemplating and hoping that the parameters around that fund change to the extent that we can ask for up to half of the project from that fund. And we would, in fact, ask for half of the project, and it would be very strong to have other sources lined up when you're going in big like that. So this project will not advance with a $1 million grant from the county and a $1 million grant from the feds. There is not enough. The gap is too large then for it to advance in the short term. So I'll just be completely frank about that.
John,
so the federal grant process is going to have to be significantly higher than that.
John, our Powder's sort of appetite to invest in this is that would that be for a chunk of upfront capital to move forward, or would that be go ahead and go borrow some money and we'll pay it back?
The borrowing, if we have to borrow from any source and sign off on that, then that's it's better, but it doesn't change the overall investment picture. We're going to need some sort of public funding, grant funding, non-repayable, to cover half of the project in order to make it investable.
But if you're saving about $368,000 a year with 92% usage by this burn, I would think that someone will look at that and go, gosh, they are saving considerable, and propane's probably only going to go up. That seems like in 10 years, you've saved almost $4 million. And with the 4 and the 2, you're really close with your future savings of converting to this system.
Yeah, I mean that's the return, but it's a 10-year payback is a very slow payback for a business like ours, for investments. So it may be an attractive investment for some other folks, but we all know propane costs go up and down, and there's uncertainty attached to that. So I do understand the cost savings, and that's part of the financial incentive for this, but the project itself is much more interesting from the environmental standpoint, the carbon reduction, the pollution reduction, the wildfire, the increase in the ability of the Deschutes National Forest to conduct wildfire treatment than it is a financial investment.
And just like all renewable energy projects, it has annual cost savings after you get it built, but the first cost is really the hurdle, and the payback period is not short enough that there's lots of people who are eager to jump on and finance that.
Well, so my vision is that we, commit to amount that we're talking about here and, launch this thing. I mean, this is the early stage, so there could be other variables out there. Thank you very much, John, for explaining that. And this is kind of down to the brass tacks of what are the other layers of that funding stack as is mentioned. So, so if we commit to an amount today, what does it look like? What kind of time frame for putting that package together? Because I mean, construction midsummer next year.
Well, they're not going to find out from the federal program what.
Yeah, no, we won't find out about the grant until May. So we could probably do some work starting late summer. We would have to do final permits and things like that. So there's progress that can be made next year for sure. But because of the timing of the Fed grant, which would be so critical to whether this proceeds or not, I would say unlikely to have a full build completed next year.
Mm-hmm.
I would support $1 million.
Well, yes, it sounds like there's support for that, so I'm excited to do that. So now I'm just thinking of the logistics of it. Is this a $1 million investment that gets expended before we see the next step, or is there like a go, no-go signal out in the future about the, the whole package coming together? So that's what I'm thinking about right now.
Yeah, I think you could make it contingent on the outcome and the size of the federal grant funding and our own, go, no go on the project. And then timing is something that, could then be worked out based on the project schedule.
So we could, make this commitment at this level, definitely advocate to the federal government for their, project grant possibilities, and then.
Yes, for them to do more than $1 million would be really wonderful.
Yeah, well, obviously, it's still risky, obviously.
Obviously.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so how do we want to word that one?
Your motion could simply indicate you're approving this grant out of TRT funds for $1 million and direct staff to provide the appropriate contingencies.
Okay.
For instance, the go, no go on the project.
So appropriate contingencies, so there you go. And this is from unallocated transient room tax.
I'll move allocation of $1 million of currently held unallocated transient room tax revenues to the Mount Bachelor Biomass Energy Project with staff to determine appropriate contingencies to include in an agreement.
I'll second it.
Right, okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay, well, that's early money. Let's go dream big.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Megan, for doing such a great job with the presentation.
Yes.
Awesome.
Nice job, Megan.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
John, thank you, Megan.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so the other 6 or 8 items before noon are on our schedule yet, but some of these will click off pretty quick, so we'll see how far we can go. So item number 17, consideration of acceptance of a Buttes to Basins fuel reduction grant. Ed Keith, thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, Ed Keith, County Forester. I guess it's not quite afternoon, but coming up pretty close here. I've got several items for you. I'll try to run through those as quickly as possible. The first one is the consideration of acceptance for a grant that we termed the Buttes to Basins Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Project. It's been a while, but I was before the board back in October of 2020 to request permission to participate in this grant project proposal. It's really, most of the funding was proposed for dollars to flow to the Forest Service and to the Natural Resource Conservation Service, but there were additional partnerships through both Deschutes County and the Oregon Department of Forestry to provide funding for private landowners that really weren't a good fit for the Natural Resource Conservation Service, who normally works with larger private landowners. It just works better for them to work with those larger private landowners. So the idea was that Oregon Department of Forestry and Deschutes County would work with some of the smaller communities within this landscape. And this landscape runs from Camp Sherman in the north down to about Sun River, cuts off just before Sun River to the south, both on national forest and private lands. The funding, or this project was awarded funding back in January, but at that time, the funds that were requested for Oregon Department of Forestry and Deschutes County were not available. Those were coming from the Forest Service through a program called State and Private Forestry. And State and Private Forestry had already allocated all their funds for that year. So thus the lag between when we requested and then were awarded this project and when these when we're now receiving a grant agreement. So the way this is working is that these funds are then flowing from the Deschutes National Forest to the Oregon Department of Forestry, and then we have a sub-agreement with the Oregon Department of Forestry for $50,000 of funding. These funds are intended to be applied for fuel reduction on private lands with a 50% match coming from the landowner. So we would be administering these and accomplishing this work through our fuels reduction contractors, but basically on a reimbursable basis for this grant agreement. We have not, I did not budget for this yet. I would expect that actually this grant agreement runs through 2026, so we would probably start spending most of these funds in the next fiscal year, and we'll make that budget adjustment as we move forward with this grant. Without any questions or items for clarification?
So $50,000 grant, this would be for the private lands in that whole footprint that the map is attached. And we have experience with doing these kinds of contracting for private property owners, correct?
We do. This has been something the county's been doing for quite a few years, and so and part of why I say I probably won't be making many expenditures through until fiscal 2023 is we usually start with outreach and start to identify landowners and communities first, and then kind of set up projects and talk about how that match is going to be met through things like what we'd call sweat equity, where the landowner would be doing a portion of the work on their own property to come up with that match, and then we come in with a contractor to kind of finish the job or take care of the material that's created from the fuel reduction.
Great.
Ed, are these $50,000 the only private land work that's going to be done within this Buttes Basin landscape, or is the money that flows through the NRCS just, we're not in the middle of that?
Correct. The last statement, yes. We, Deschutes County, along with the Oregon Department of Forestry, requested a smaller amount. The Natural Resource Conservation Service, I believe, has somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000 a year budgeted for larger landowners, and those flow from the Natural Resource Conservation Service directly to the private landowner. So we are not in the middle of handling any of those funds, but through the life of the 3-year project, it should be, maybe $800,000 or so that they would be also doing work on private lands.
My two other questions are just kind of fiscal or financial. Is there a match requirement for these funds, and do we get any of these dollars for staff time, or is this purely to pass through to invest in on the ground on those private lands?
Theoretically, we could ask for staff time. Since I'm able to cover our staff time through my regular budget, I try to prioritize the grant dollars to going to on-the-ground fuel reduction work. So I've, where I can, I try to, where we go to work and find these dollars, I try to maximize the amount that actually goes to the fuels reduction unless we need to cover extra costs. So in this case, yes, all those dollars are flowing to on-the-ground projects through contracting.
Thank you, Ed. I think that's a really excellent decision to make, because the more we can do this kind of work, the safer we keep all of Deschutes County. So thank you.
Your motion.
I move that we accept the Butte to Basin Fuel Grant, reduction grant of $50,000.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes.
Do we have to specify the document number?
Can.
Or
And, yeah.
if we don't have to, then
Oh.
don't worry.
2021-1021.
And it's seconded,
Second
and we still support?
yes, yes.
I hope so.
Okay, so next item, item 18, annual certification of Title III expenses.
Thank you. So you may recall Title III is one of the titles from the Secure Rural Schools Act. Title I flows to roads and schools. Title II flows to the Deschutes National Forest, and then Title III funds are set aside for 3 specific activities that the county can expend funds for. Those 3 activities are expenditures under the Firewise Communities Program, expenditures for search and rescue on federal lands, in this case Forest Service lands, and the third category is expenditures to both develop community wildfire protection plans and also now implement community wildfire protection plans. We have expenditures for each of those categories. We do track those in a separate fund, Fund 327, and those funds are then expended by both the Sheriff's Office and the Natural Resources Department, and then are reimbursed from this fund, so that we have kind of a clear accounting of these. The Department of Agriculture does require that, as a condition of counties accepting these funds, that we report to them on a calendar year basis what our expenditures are for each category. Over the past several years, we've been expending $120,000 plus or minus, but really close to $120,000 each year. We typically split those between the Sheriff's Office and Natural Resources pretty equally. And so you'll see for this year, we have had $60,000 of eligible expenses from the Sheriff's Office. They actually had slightly more than that, but we topped them off at 60, and then they cover the rest from their own funds. And then we had $60,000 split between Firewise Communities and Community Wildfire Protection Plans, and I realize those look like very round numbers. We do actually track our hours and expenditures, and it just so happened that this year the expenditures broke out right at 75-25 for Firewise Communities and Community Wildfire Protection Plan expenditures. So the total expenses for this last calendar year were total $120,000, and the request is for the board to certify these so we can send them off to the Department of Agriculture to meet that requirement for this calendar year 2021.
Great. Any questions?
I'm ready to certify these, but if I could ask just kind of bigger picture question, Ed. So are these Secure Rural Schools Title III funds that are coming through now because the infrastructure bill passed, or where was which reauthorization of Secure Rural Schools are we talking about?
I don't believe that the infrastructure bill, that the Title III funds from the infrastructure bill have been received by the county yet. So these funds were.
This is for past expenses, right? But okay.
Past authorizations, and we've tried to keep our expenditures level, even though our income has been decreasing each year. We've been kind of spending down this fund at a what I guess would characterize what I think is a sustainable level. It has been somewhat unpredictable with Congress reauthorizing these at a declining rate, although the infrastructure bill then reauthorized payments to the counties for the next 3 years at I believe the 2017 rate. So we should actually be seeing a bump in this as those funds hit the books here, probably pretty soon, within the next few months.
Great. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Your motion.
I move approval of document number 2021-0222 or 022, annual certification of Title III expenses.
I'll second it.
It's 1022, yeah.
You know, I showed as 1022.
Sorry,
Correct.
1022?
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
1022, in other words.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Okay, item 19, smoke plan.
All right. Commissioners, I had recently sent this report to you by email before I recalled that acting as the local health authority, that the board actually does need to approve this plan. So just a little background on this. The City of Bend is what's termed a smoke-sensitive receptor area. And due to a lot of work taking place around the City of Bend related to prescribed fire, there's been a lot of challenges in implementing those prescribed fires due to smoke impacting the city. So we participated pretty heavily in a revision of the smoke management plan that allowed for some flexibility to burn next to smoke-sensitive receptor areas like the Bend SSRA. And we worked with a group of partners, including the city, the Forest Service, the Department of Forestry, health services within the county, as well as myself, to craft a community response plan. And that was the first approved by the state back in 2019. And then in order to maintain that plan, there's a requirement that we submit an annual report, basically outlining the ways that we're implementing that plan. That the community response plan relies heavily on information so that people can make good decisions about protecting themselves from smoke, such as when we are expecting smoke, making sure that people are aware of that, and that in periods where we might have smoke, say overnight, that you're not going to bed with your windows open, doors open, that sort of thing. We have a pretty robust communication website and platform. We do text message alerts as well. It's been pretty well received. This last year, we actually did a public survey, and some of those results are in this annual report. That our website does get quite a fair amount of traffic, and those numbers are in there as well. I think this has been pretty well received by the community, and it's just a way of both maintaining public support, but also trying to protect people from that resulting smoke from prescribed fire. So this is the annual report to the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Department of Environmental Quality, saying we are continuing to implement this plan, and that helps us maintain the exemption from the 1 hour standard in the smoke management plan. Any questions I can answer?
Ed, those survey results suggest that there's a lot of people using the information sources that we're putting out there, and that they're following some of the recommendations and doing things to protect themselves. My concern was, how were the people selected to take this survey? Or are we getting a representative sample? I didn't read the background on the survey in here, so I was just curious whether, if we're reaching out to people to take the survey like through our website, then of course people are going to say, yeah, we're using the website. But you know, I want to make sure that we are hearing from the right people, you know, the people we're concerned that we want to get this information, that they are getting the information, that they are following through on some of those recommendations.
It's a good question. I would acknowledge that this survey was not like a statistically valid survey of registered voters or something like that. We did try to get it out through a variety of sources, not just through our website, but out, you know, sent a general media release through the Bulletin, KTVZ, Central Oregon Daily, other partners like that. Tried to get the word out through our what's termed the Health Alert Network, which is a network, a communication network maintained by health services, as I understand it, to health practitioners. So we tried to do a variety of ways to get this out, but mainly due to the associated costs, we did not like engage with a firm to do a statistically valid survey.
Right. And so the outreach methods you described, I mean, people who are tuned in to public information, you know, watch the news or whatever, people who are tuned into public information were more likely to see that there was a survey available for them to take than, you know, there are a lot of people in the community who are not tuning into kind of public information until somebody comes knocking at their door. So I don't know. I guess it would be great if we could think about how we understand whether the information we're putting out is getting to the target population or not. And I don't know how we better assess that besides, you know, paying for a survey that comes to them as opposed to just having people who are, you know, already tuned into public information respond.
I agree. Yeah, it's mainly a matter of the costs and weighing those costs in regards to how much better information are we going to be provided through, say, a statistically valid survey than one that's not. I would note that we got a large number of responses as far as surveys go, over 1,000 responses. Typically, the statistically valid surveys go for a much smaller sample size than that, but it may be biased. This was really our first, and it could be something we look into in the future, you know, just looking for the resource to pay for a survey like that. This was our first year, given that 2020 there was no prescribed fire happening due to the pandemic. 2021 was our first year to kind of follow up with implementing this community response plan to just give people a chance for feedback, essentially, at the end of a prescribed fire season. Hey, give us some feedback. We'd like to know how we're doing. What opportunities are there for improvement? So, yeah, I wouldn't portray this as something that's statistically valid, but still does help us kind of inform our strategy and adjust for things moving forward. And as we're, you know, maybe after 3 years or 5 years or something like that, maybe a statistically valid survey would be something we could look into. But definitely wanted to give a chance for the community to have a way to give feedback so we can make adjustments in this plan.
I know, and over 1,000 responses is great. It's great to be hearing from that many people, and I like your idea of, you know, every couple of years maybe we could do it in a more rigorous way. And thank you.
And the fact that almost 50% of the people that did do the survey of the 1,011 have the HIPAA filters in, I think that's really excellent news for the community, because that's something that's recommended for health reasons when we truly need to do our prescribed burns. So, yeah, I think we can get a lot of really good information from this. Even if it is not statistically valid, yet the feedback is important. And the fact we now, of the 1,000 people, I think about 72% are now signed up for fire alerts. So, you know, you got another 12% from this. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, and I know that the media in Central Oregon, I mean, this is, you know, the path for getting information is out there. So if somebody isn't following, you know, specifically this website or the notifications that are happening, the media sure knows about it too. So, I mean, we've already built more capacity in the whole system during an event, a specific event, which is exciting. So this is the Board of Commissioners as a public health authority on behalf of the city of Bend being a sensitive receptor area. Is the city council reviewed this and signed off on it, or has it been at the city
I
council
sent
meeting?
it to the folks that we work with at the city, mainly the fire department. They technically don't sign off on it. The administrative rules specifically ask that the public health authority sign off on this plan before we submit it, but they have been provided a copy of it and provided input into the overall annual report as well.
Making sure it goes across or
Well-
through the city at least a little bit, yeah.
I move approval of document number 2021-1024, the 2021 annual report for prescribed fire, smoke, and public health, a community response plan for the Bend smoke sensitive receptor area.
Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Thank you, Ed.
Okay, you're on a roll, Ed. Next one, matching funds request for fuel reduction.
Okay, this one may have a little bit more discussion, but this is a little bit of background. Again, this FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP grant, we applied for that back in 2018, actually. So went through the regular approval process to apply for that, had a discussion with the board at the time about including county property east of Redmond in that grant. And of course, with that, FEMA requires that their funds are matched by 25% of other funds, non-federal funds. The board at that time was supportive of including the county property with the acknowledgement that we'd have to come up with match were we to do fuels reduction on the county property. That grant was then awarded finally in 2021. We accepted that grant back in October. You might remember that. And again, reminder that there's a 25% match in accepting that award. Typically, we do that by landowners. This isn't our first FEMA grant, but we do split that out by landowner. So, for example, another recipient or partner in this grant was the Ridge at Eagle Crest Owners Association. And so that's a project we've already bid out and now awarded, and they are providing their 25% match for treatment on their land. So the request today is to try to firm up a little bit more the commitment for the 25% of funds for work on the county lands. Again, the 1,800 acres east of Redmond, I've identified with the funds that we have allocated for work on the Deschutes County lands, approximately about 630 acres out of that 1,800 acres prioritized for treatment. That takes away the land exchange with the DSL and some other lands within this, the UGB of Redmond, including like the Negus transfer station, to try to prioritize where we may treat. And essentially I'm ready to potentially bid this project out, but I don't want to bid it out, of course, without the funds kind of shored up. So the idea behind the discussion today was to ask the board if they're still committed to matching that 25%, which is estimated to be about $139,000, before we go out to bid, and then potentially ask for some direction on provided to staff from the board of where they would like that to come from, if you're still supportive of moving this forward.
This is as a property owner, Deschutes County's asset lands, property management, and we do have a matching grant, so where should we spend money from, Nick, if the board's ready to spend money on this? Are there ideas? General fund?
It's general fund or it's TRT those are going to be the options that we're going to have for this. And Ed, Greg, and I have briefly discussed this as well. So those are going to be the options. Now, the board doesn't have to commit today to which of those funds you're going to allocate to this, but really it's just a commitment that yes, we support it and we will allocate the required match from one of those funds. Your choice if you want to make that decision today or at a later time.
Ed, can you describe a little bit more specifically where east of Redmond these lands are? You mentioned Negus Transfer Station. So is it land surrounding the Negus Transfer Station? Is it?
Here you go.
Yes. So within this map, I've got two shades of colors. I'm assuming based on what I heard there that you're seeing this. This is Highway 97, Highway 126 here, which I would note. Highway 126 and the airport were actually closed from a fire that occurred on our property and on a couple other properties this summer. So this is a important issue for this property. And then within that, I've tried to prioritize getting acres done that are kind of outside of areas that might have other kind of more near-term commitments, areas that are outside the UGB. And so that's where, and also areas that are, quite frankly, more in need of fuel reduction from a standpoint of abundant small junipers, brush, that sort of things, and or adjacency to the community. So that's where I've got a couple of these smaller units up here. So there's a fair amount of this that was actually burned in a historic fire. Not a lot of juniper and the fuels aren't as abundant, but on either side here, next to Lake Park Estates, pretty abundant juniper and fairly thick, would expect pretty, well, in terms of like the fire behavior that I would expect, flame lengths definitely exceeding 8 feet, probably much more in terms of 20 to 30 foot flame lengths, and same with these properties down here on either side of Antler. And so that's the general idea of what I'm thinking with where we might apply the fuel reduction treatment.
With the 4 blue areas, the numbered blue areas? Is that
correct.
right? Yep, okay.
The green is also within the property area, but again, just trying to balance out the expenditures and the need and the available funds. The blue areas where the acres where I came up with would be the kind of the priority for treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Great. This is good to hear because that fire was a couple days before 4th of July, and I think 25 flights were diverted that day. So Ed, I would think the county should be stepping up. We're talking about, I think almost $35,000 that we have to do for our match. But significantly, it's where we need to do some cleanup.
Wait, the 139,000 is the 25%, correct? Or is it 25% of 139?
139 would be the maximum amount we'd be asking for the county portion of the funds.
Oh, we have to spend that much more? Oh, okay, I didn't understand that.
630 acres, that's a lot of treatment.
Well, I was hoping.
Yeah, I'm expecting this project to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about $550,000, $555,000. And of course, we'd be coming back to you for approval of that contract, given a successful bidder, but we haven't bid this project out yet, pending this discussion.
Well, so is there intention to support that 25% match in the amount estimated to be $139,000?
Up to?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, of course. I mean, come on, what did having 25 flights diverted
Oh, no doubt
from
about
our
it, yeah.
land,
Okay.
what did that really cost the airlines? And, like to keep Roberts Field. It's one of the, premier airports of our state.
Yep.
And it is our airport, so.
So is there a motion?
Yes.
Or maybe we just,
Well, how do we, is there a motion that we can do? Because it's up to?
We need to decide where the money's coming from first. General
can-
fund.
yeah.
I think we can wait until hear from Greg when he comes back. I mean, we have to, this is critical.
Correct. We'll come back with the specific,
Okay, so let's
for
just
your
leave it at that.
choice. But
There's willingness to support, and it shall come out of a fund of the county.
Right.
I mean, it's a lot of money, but I mean, you know, we are a major property owner. This is what it takes to be a good neighbor to the airport and those private landowners in the area, so.
Ed, can you share that map with us? That, I mean, just later, send it or something, because it wasn't with our attachment, and that's just good to know.
Certainly, yeah, and that's that map's kind of been a work in progress, so I didn't quite have it ready to submit with the packet, but I will definitely get you a copy as soon as we finish. As soon as I finish up here, yes.
Next item.
Commissioners, I would suggest.
Okay, yeah, we'll circle back around.
motion?
Make it clear that you're
We're asking for.
the 25% match.
Okay.
Up to
Yep,
139,000.
oh, let's do that.
Okay, I
I
move,
move,
go ahead.
I move allocation of $139,000 county funding to meet a 25% match requirement for a FEMA hazard mitigation grant.
I'll second it. I would ask, it just say the maximum amount, because it might not be quite that amount. It'll depend on how the bids come in.
But as
Amended or.
As amended.
modified, yeah. Okay, so with that, a motion and a second, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Dare,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. Okay, so we have two more items before our lunch break, and I do apologize for slipping through here, but I think we can get it done, and then our day will roll from there. So item number 21, consideration of grant for Senate Bill 762, Landscape Resiliency Program.
Okay, as you're well aware, that Senate Bill 762 is Oregon's omnibus wildfire bill. There's several portions of it. Today, we're talking about a grant opportunity for funds that were allocated to the Oregon Department of Forestry for landscape resilience. There's $20 million in that pot for statewide projects. Oregon Department of Forestry has opened up a request for proposals for those funds. Again, it's open for people to propose throughout the state. Locally here, we've been Deschutes County has been working with a larger group of partners that we're calling the Shared Stewardship Alliance. It's a group of nonprofits, state agencies, federal agencies, local government, private landowners that are working together to try to identify an opportunity to make a proposal for these funds. We've had a couple meetings since this opportunity has been announced, and it is looking like there is quite a lot of interest here locally in putting forth a project. Partners with projects that have been identified through this Shared Stewardship Alliance include projects through the Deschutes Basin Land Trust, the Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, the Soil and Water Conservation District, several private landowners, including both industrial size and non-industrial size landowners. We've identified with those project partners, I would be remiss if I didn't also list another project partner that I believe is going to bring a project to the table, which is the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs as well. So given the project partners, we've mapped out a potential overall project boundary, and it's quite large, and it actually takes in both of our past Joint Chiefs projects. So this ties back to our the first agenda item that we covered, the Buttes to Basin Joint Chiefs project, plus a little bit older one called the Greater Lapine Joint Chiefs project. We've we've identified a couple different priority landscapes. And so this landscape that we're collecting projects for runs from essentially Camp Sherman and Metolius, Lake Billy Chinook area to the north, running south along the east side of the Cascades, all the way down to northern Klamath County, where Walker Range Fire Protection District exists in northern Klamath County. The way that this works with the Oregon Department of Forestry is they're calling for projects that cover a large landscape. They're asking for a one organization to essentially what they're calling kind of roll up a project with all the partners involved and propose one large landscape scale project. The projects that are then successful, Oregon Department of Forestry will engage directly with each of those project partners. So we're sitting at maybe, including all the private landowners, maybe close to a dozen project partners. Each of those partners, again, if we were successful, would get their own separate grant agreement. But the ask today would be that to request that the board approve Deschutes County as being the entity that would be essentially rolling up all these partners into one project proposal. The project proposal is quite large, and they're expected to be. To date, we have accumulated approximately $3 million worth of requests. We're still getting final budget items from a variety of partners. I think we're sitting at about 2.6 million, but we still have about three or four partners that I don't have the final figures for. So I expect that to be just over $3 million. There is an expected match. It turns out that the Oregon Department of Forestry does expect, federal partnership in this, and we're expecting federal partners to request funds, but it turns out that the Deschutes National Forest is sitting pretty well for the next 12 to 18 months. And so they are actually able to provide match to this overall effort, and they're not going to be requesting any funds. So overall, when all is said and done, this is probably looking like about a $10 million investment in this landscape, with somewhere around $7 million of match for a $3 million request for funds to the Oregon Department of Forestry through those different partners that I was listing off. Again, we would be just basically sponsoring this grant request. We would have a small part of this for a parcel in the Greater Sisters area off of Hurtley Ranch Road that would be entirely funded from this request. There's not a request for match for this like there was for the previous agenda item. From Deschutes County, we're basically acting as the entity that had some staff time and resources available to gather up these partners and their requests and write a grant proposal to the Oregon Department of Forestry on behalf of these partners. And then again, if we're successful, we wouldn't be acting as the fiscal agent for all these partners. We're just sponsoring this project. So it's a little bit different type of grant request that I'm putting before you today, but it was a great opportunity to potentially bring some funds to what's going to turn out to be all non-federal lands, mostly private lands with some land trust lands and county lands, Warm Spring lands involved as well. Again, the objective of all this work is to really reduce wildfire risk across this landscape. It's looking like if we take into account the federal match acres as well, we're probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of treating about 48,000 acres of lands across all ownerships with all those funds. And our match is looking really good with the Forest Service providing like $6.2 million worth of match, other partners totaling another $1 million worth of match for funds that they had already budgeted for this work, and this is really helping ramp up that. So with that, I would take any questions or opportunity for clarifications for something that might not look like our traditional grant application.
Ed, I just wanted to thank you for stepping into this. I mean, this is a massive landscape. There's a lot of moving parts and a lot of partners, and you know, I've been tracking this fund source out of SB 762 since early on, and it was clear that somebody needed to step up and play a coordinating role to get an application in, which I'm very optimistic will be successful and secure a large chunk of this SB 762 landscape resiliency funding for our community. So thank you for being that person to step up and help to coordinate this grant application process. You know, I think we should be very appreciative that the Forest Service is doing so much work within this landscape and is offering up the acres and the large amount of federal investment that's going to go into that landscape as match for this project.
So this is a request for kind of formally proceeding with a big coordination effort for a large grant, and this is even into Jefferson County and Klamath County too. So this is big footprint. Just acknowledging. Commissioner Dare, do you have any?
No, it's a huge project, and I'm assuming that those other 3 to 4 groups that are going to be part of this are going to get their information to you shortly, because this is due on January 7th of 2022, right? Because it says 21 here. So that's just a typo, right?
Yes, it is. Apologize for that.
No, don't. I didn't, it didn't even quite register until I looked at it, go, oh, that's right. Anyway, no, it's wonderful. The more we can do, the better it is.
And then, so staffing-wise, you see this as a project you're going to be following through with for the next couple of years, or who else is going to be working on this?
I would definitely be following it. As far as getting the work done on the ground, it's really up to each organization or landowner to provide. They are providing their own staffing to implement their own projects on their own land, but will be involved as a minor coordination role. There's actually a nonprofit, the Central Oregon Forest Stewardship Foundation, that is offering to also provide some kind of implementation coordination, so that we have, we're collecting what we've all done across this landscape and feeding that back to report to the Oregon Department of Forestry and hopefully the legislature on how this project went. And so that is part of the proposal, as well as maybe up to 10% is for this kind of implementation, monitoring and reporting, coordination, that sort of thing. And this Forest Stewardship Foundation will be providing some staff to help with some of that coordination role as well.
Okay. All right. Is there support?
Yeah, I move approval of this large regional project grant request to the SB 762 Landscape Resiliency Program.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes. I just would like to know who the other 3 to 4 partners are when you get those in, Ed. Just so we kind of, this is, clearly it's not complete today. I know we have to have it approved today, so it can all be filed timely. But if we could just get a summary sheet, that would be great. Just to know who's stepping up.
Or do we want Ed to send us a kind of final draft, or?
It'll be, so, go ahead and and I support that. Just send us info as it evolves, so we know the players in the big picture.
Thank you. Yeah, it'll be much more formed up next week, and just acknowledge you won't be meeting, but we will have a very well-formed proposal by next week, and I'll get you a lot more details on each of the partners and what role they're playing at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to finish the vote, I'll vote yes also.
And sorry you got to work on this over the holiday season, Ed.
Oh,
It's okay.
There you go.
Glad to.
A lot of money. It's good, really.
Okay,
good.
switching gears a little bit, this will be our last item before lunch break. Item number 22, consideration of an increase of FTE for the sheriff's office. Dan Emerson.
Yeah, I think
Joe.
Joe Brundage
Yep.
is supposed to be here with the
So hopefully
staff
he's
report.
available.
If he's not down there, then
Yeah, he's
basically
not
it's
in the
just,
room. I don't know. We'll see if Joe Brundage is available. I don't know if he can hear us from a different room if he's here.
And I think the Lapine City
he might be
manager.
coming online.
Sheriff's office. It's popping up.
And then you were going to say, Nick?
I think the Lapine City manager is also available. I think there was a
Great,
request that
okay.
he might
Yeah,
be
so
available.
if
Here's John.
Jeff Wilschlager is on possibly, okay. Okay, so Joe, please join us.
I'm here.
Okay, so, yeah, go ahead and kick us off here. So talking about the positions for the digital forensics.
Yeah, we'll start with the digital forensics. If you remember, in FY20, Tom Nelson retired. We had a lieutenant overseeing digital forensics and IT. When he left, we downgraded the position to sergeant. Zach Neiman filled it. As he's been in it, it's grown and it needs to be a lieutenant position again. And so we'd like to create the lieutenant position again, but keep the sergeant position. So rather than transfer it back, create a new one, leave the sergeant that will eventually be filled by someone as the digital forensics part continues to grow.
Well, and I would, I mean, I'll support right away, but I mean, I'll agree and understand that, yeah, digital forensics is very much a growing area, and cybersecurity is serious business these days for anybody and everybody.
And especially with the body cam
I was just going to ask about that.
program
Yeah.
that we brought, just created so much more work too.
Okay. So as I say, I'm showing support for that if we want to kind of acknowledge and
I support
go
it.
from there.
I support it as well.
Of course.
Okay, so, yeah, it looks like that one's already rolling through. So the next item, so City of Lapine.
The next one is that we've been talking with the city of Lapine and with Jeff to do something similar to what we've done with Sisters, but it's a more, it's a program revised to meet their unique needs. And right now, they need most of all a lieutenant to start that off. And they've requested Lieutenant DeLuca, who's our administrative lieutenant. And so we would like to move that, create a patrol lieutenant position for the city of Lapine, that the city of Lapine will help contribute to support. And then we'll vacate that administrative assistant or administrative lieutenant position. And for that reason, we don't need any additional funds because we don't anticipate that being filled for enough of the year to make that significant.
But then at whatever point that administrative lieutenant position is filled, at that point, you'll need additional funds.
At that point, yeah, next year we would have that extra position. But at that point, it'll essentially be that original administrative position is filled, and now we have the patrol lieutenant, but with the cost being offset partially by the city of Lapine. And I think we agreed to a 50-50 split, Jeff, on the lieutenant.
Oh, that is correct.
So this is City Manager Jeff Wilschlager joining us. Thank you so much. So I'd like to acknowledge, the city of Lapine was incorporated after the permanent rate of rural patrol. So the citizens in every house that comes online in the near future are going to be paying a rural patrol rate. So just reminding the sheriff's office about that is a tax rate that's going to grow, and it'll grow quickly now that there's housing being developed at such a rate there. That's going to be different than other rural areas. So I'm just showing support for the city of Lapine and their public safety needs, and the fact that rate will proportionately, grow a little bit faster than other areas in the rural. But it sounds like the city has worked out, partnership and getting this administrative position, the lieutenant position for the city, and then we would be creating that just like the other one. So we're moving people around and leaving an open FTE. Any
So
other?
do we need to do something today, or is this going to come back on our consent?
No, there's a resolution today. for an increase in 2.0 FTE in the Deschutes County budget.
Okay.
So yeah, attached to it is
Yeah,
resolution.
All right, thank you, Dan. I move we approve the resolution increasing the FTE from the 2021 to 2022 Deschutes County budget, which is resolution number 2021-084.
Second.
There we go. Any other discussion? Thank you, everyone. So I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Commissioner Bone, can I ask for one more quick housekeeping item? Should only take about 10 seconds here.
Okay.
Joe Brundage is requesting, built into his budget were 5 vehicles under special request. Those vehicles are over 150,000, the total purchase. So the sheriff's office just needs board authority to purchase those budgeted vehicles now because it is over $150,000, which is the threshold limit.
Yep, okay.
They're already budgeted vehicles?
That's good.
Yes, we're not sure why it got, rejected for your approval. If we would have entered this contract right away at the beginning of the year with the other ones, but this has state pricing and everything. It was part of our budget. Just because of the delay, we hadn't even got around to ordering them until now. And so it's part of our budget.
So that's cost escalation if we didn't think, or maybe it was. Was it estimated at 150,000 or more when we did the budget, or has it gone up a little?
It hasn't changed, I believe. It's 161,000 for the 5 vehicles.
Okay.
It's just
Which is what we
That's
budgeted.
fine. So the reality of it, it triggered, board acknowledgement.
Exactly.
I move we approve the sheriff's office purchase of 5 vehicles at approximately $161,000.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Okay, so that was our morning session. 15 minutes to 1 o'clock. We do have a request for an item to be at 1 o'clock, but how about we get together at 1:10, so it'll give us 25 minutes. 1:10 we'll reconvene. Thank you. shine outside all of a sudden. So there's been a request to move item number 27 to this time frame right now. So let's do that to help the other schedule on the other side. Consideration of board approval to accept birth certificate grant program funds. This would be Molly Wells Darling.
Thank you, Commissioners. Molly Wells Darling here, Program Manager for Deschutes County Health Services, and I am here for the consideration of board approval to accept birth certificate grant proposal program funds. We submitted for these funds a couple months ago. The funding is $2,000 grant funding from Oregon Health Authority to assist our homeless population in obtaining their birth certificates. The funds will be used to help them pay the fee associated with their birth certificates, and getting the birth certificates helps these individuals to obtain identification necessary for accessing services or Social Security benefits, other benefits, housing, etc.
Well, and I can say with my trip out at China Hat, there was a gentleman that said exactly that. He said, well, I kind of lost everything and I need to get my paperwork. And we said, cards were handed back and forth and said, let's get together and do that. But this would help anybody. I see it says homeless persons born in Oregon to help with the fee and some services maybe. So.
But what if they're not born in Oregon, though? I mean, will it help with those fees, Molly?
It will. So the state, I actually reached out to the state on that, and they indicated that they are moving towards having us be able to use the funding for people in Oregon or outside of Oregon who are here in Deschutes County. And there was an email that came out to that effect. So it should be able to be used for anyone who is in need of help with getting their birth certificate.
I'm sure there's nonprofit, private donations that can help with that. If somebody says, oh, I need $40 to send to wherever, somebody will help with it.
Yeah,
I'm good for one if somebody wants.
I was talking to Gary at St. Vincent's the other day, and he was saying that they do help people with getting their birth certificates as needed as well.
And a lot of times in today's world, you want to expedite them because otherwise it'll be a long time before you get the response, and it's critical. If someone's really willing to get something done, it's really nice to have that document.
Okay, so is there a motion?
I move we have board approval to accept the birth certificate grant program funds of $2,000.
From the OHA, second.
Okay, so from Oregon Health Authority, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. There we go. Have a great
Thank
day.
you.
You're welcome.
You too.
So back to item number 23, consideration of approval for a signature for OHA agreement. Kara.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Kara Cronin, Deschutes County Health Services Program Manager. I'm here today requesting board approval for an OHA Amendment Number 7, where they are going to be providing us an additional $167,000 to continue our efforts to provide treatment to aid and assist clients in our community.
Yeah, very important operation right now with the way the system's being backed up, and we need to really give some outreach efforts for specific individuals.
So, Kara, there's been sort of an annual allocation made already, and this is an additional $167,000.
Correct. I think I was here just a couple weeks ago where we accepted $167,000. The state's a little willy-nilly at times on how they distribute their payments, but so this is an additional $167,000.
And is this beyond what we had budgeted for already, or?
That's a good question.
This is just kind of getting us in chunks to where we expect to be.
Yeah, we had some budgeting that was cobbled together from other sources, so this is really helping us sustain the program that we have currently and potentially expand it. if this revenue kind of remains consistent in the next budget cycle.
Great.
Any other?
Did you actually say willy-nilly?
Yeah, there you go.
Is that what you said? I mean, I thought it was perfect terminology, willy-nilly.
Well, I'm sure there's methods to it, and there's just chunks of money, and then they figure out what the intention is, and then they divide it out, so you can just see how some of that happens.
Now that it's December, what is it, 20th today? Yes.
Is there a motion?
I move approval move approval and chair signature of OHA agreement number 166040-7, document number 2021-1014.
I second the motion.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Yes, you too.
Item number 24, Rural Economic Development Opportunities, panel discussion, and maybe recommendations.
Good afternoon, Board. Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner. As you recall, we've had several discussions with the Planning Commission on the topic of rural economic development opportunities. We had a meeting with state agencies and farmers on October 14th, one with just the High Desert Food and Farm Alliance on October 28th. Based on input from the October 28th meeting, staff came back to the PC on December 9th with a matrix of saying, here are some various options to address your concerns about the cost of rural economic development on EFU zone land exclusive farm use. So we basically gave them a matrix that divided into things the planning division can do under its own auspices, things that require board approval, and things that require state change. And then we had another discussion with the High Desert Farm and Food Alliance on December 9th. Peter Gutowski, the CDD director, and Will Groves, the planning manager, pinch hit for me because I couldn't be there, but I did watch the video when I got back. And so the Planning Commission had several recommendations on a 5-1 vote. So I can go over some of these if you'd like. The first one was, and this is on page
Question
2.
first.
Sure.
Yep. Peter, can I ask one question first? So there's in this staff report, there's a reference to CA-FU permits, and I was just trying to get a sense of, it would be helpful to understand, what is the breadth of things that one of a CA-FU permit covers?
Well, it's commercial activities in conjunction with the farm use. So if you want to have a special event, if you want to sell a product, if you want to have someone come and stay, Will is up here who's processed more than I have, so I'll let him take over the baton.
Yeah, and specifically I'm asking, at the beginning of exploring this topic, I had spoken to a number of people who were interested in doing farm stands, commercial kitchens, some other things like that. And I was wondering whether those fall under the umbrella for CA-FU permits or whether those are different.
Commissioner Will Groves, Planning Manager, great question. The farm zone lays out a number of different lanes for a number of different agricultural-related activities. And so there are specific allowances for farm stand, which would be a building where you were going to sell products that you produced or other surrounding farmers produced. And that goes, there's agritourism, which allows a certain number of events. We see those things as pumpkin patches and weddings. The commercial activity in conjunction with farm use is the largest permit type. And you would use it from everything from, let's say I grew a bunch of mixed vegetables and I wanted to freeze them and sell them to the supermarket in plastic baggies. It's anything that's a commercial activity, that processing, that goes beyond preparation. So the Oregon land use system puts a strong boundary between preparation, so that would be putting things in boxes, putting apples in boxes to take them off site, versus converting them to cider or applesauce or some other use. So commercial activities are the highest level of that, and those would be any sort of more intense processing. There's recently been some interest at the state level. Some jurisdictions have been using commercial activities in conjunction with farm use to get at
sort of super agritourism, so things like pumpkin patches, but that go beyond either the duration or the economic impacts, that those are typically allowed. And I know that DLCD has taken some interest in the limits of that, at least DLCD appears to think of commercial activities in conjunction with farm use as more processing, or, like if you were going to make salsa or something like that, that you would have people showing up who weren't working the dirt and the animals, but making a product, that would be the permit that you would use for that.
Okay, great, thank you. Great.
Okay, so going back to page 2, is that they have removed financial and technical roadblocks to obtaining agritourism and commercial activities in conjunction with farm use permits. They've, as the memo states, the panelists discussed a lot of the challenges that are going on with agribusiness to begin with, farming, that are, beyond the county's control. We don't control a drought, we don't control climate, we don't control, many things. So they're saying basically they have high hurdles to begin with, and then some of the financial and permitting requirements also seem to be an even larger burden that they're having difficulty dealing with. So if the county could remove or mitigate those, they would be in favor of that. They've talked about everything from having a staff planner that dealt just with ag issues. There's pluses and minuses of that approach, to looking at fee structure, which we can talk about a little bit later. I don't know, Will, if you wanted to tag on with anything.
No, that was, we had the panelists were concerned about farming in Central Oregon. Each of them have farms that they characterized as marginal economic activities that don't generally or always pay for themselves. And they were in favor of supplemental operations that would bring in more income. And we're discussing other places, in the Midwest that they traveled to, where there were broad allowances for these on-farm activities that helped keep the farm whole. And they were concerned both with the, as we'll discuss, the limits on those activities that come under the Oregon system, as well as the processing hurdles that they go through trying to get a permit for one of these activities.
The second item was changing permits from uses subject to standards and conditional use permits respectively to outright permits. So an outright permit, it's just more dimensional if you want to think about that. You've got to be X distance from the road, or you have to have a certain amount of landscaping, but there's not that you're harmonious with your neighbors or some of the other, to use a planning term, squishy language that we have in conditional uses. And then with that also, it's a faster process in some ways, because you're not looking with as much discretion and things you're going to have to do to meet that. Again, there's a challenge with that because we're talking about a change in our code, but also you have evolving state laws, so it limits what we may be able to do or not do. It's not quite as clear cut as just saying, okay, we're now going to make all these uses from conditional to outright permitted and done. Also, this would require a text amendment, which would go through our planning commission and then come before you. So those who were in opposition or support would have an opportunity to testify on it, including farmers, neighbors, state agencies. So it's a use that can be done locally, but and ultimately would require the state to agree to it, because we would what they call approve it at our level, but then we have to see whether the state or not would want to have any LUBA appeals or not. So that's another one that possibly could go forward. I don't know, Will, if you wanted to add anything or not.
I think that's a good overview. The concern that you see in all the case law associated with this is, and they use this phrase, the tail wagging the dog. They're concerned that you have somebody come in who's doing a minimal amount of agriculture and really has something much larger going on. And the concern's real. We have somebody every week walk into our front counter who says, hey, I want to have an event venue. I want to have a wedding venue. I want to be able to have horse rides, all sorts of things like that out in the rural lands. And we say, well, there's not a good way to get at that. And they accept if you're doing it as part of this agriculture. And then they ask us, how little farming do I have to do in order to get to these events? So the concern, all the people who are on the panel are real farmers. If you go out there, they're working the land. There's no question about their activity. But a lot of people do come in, and the state does have a real concern about people trying to move uses that probably should be in cities or other zones out to the farmland when patched on to a minimal amount of agriculture. With regard to the permits, right now, two of the permits, the guest ranch and the conditional commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, are conditional uses. So as Peter was discussing, those come with some broad compatibility, words like harmonious standards. And you could see where that might be interesting. You know, you may be in a situation where a particular commercial activity in conjunction with farm use is generally harmonious with the surrounding area, but you could imagine one that would be also maybe too loud, somehow impacts the farming nearby. So they're having them as conditional standards makes them relatively easier to think about, because we can come in and say, hey, how does this work in the broadest sense? And to the extent that a hearings officer is asked to think about it, or the board, you're given a broad latitude to decide what is harmonious and compatible. If instead they went to outright with standards, we would have to write careful rules that said, if you flip these switches, yes, I've done this, yes, I've done that, no, I haven't done that, then you get the permit, that it removes the broad compatibility standards. The upside for someone proposing this use is that they have something that looks like a turnkey solution. They know if they meet certain they meet certain requirements, they will walk out with a permit. The difficulty is that as you try to write those rules, to try to avoid the tail wagging the dog, sometimes those rules may end up being more odious than the conditional use permit that is, it's uncertain for them as they apply for it. So it's not impossible to go in that direction, but it would be interesting to enter into that process and see if the producers at the end of it thought that the output of it was valuable to them, that the rules that were written were in fact less difficult and more certain than the compatibility and harmonious standards that you see under the current conditional writing of the code.
Yeah, building on that last point, one of the things we did hear from the panelists, and it's no different from what we hear from other land use applicants, but there's always that we don't guarantee the outcome of a land use application. And so they say, I have to put out X amount of dollars, and it might involve a hearings officer, and there's no guarantee that I will get what I'm seeking. And the answer to that is correct. It's easier in some ways with outright permitted, because they're clear and objective standards. It's a little more difficult with conditional, but in either case, when you apply for a land use application, we don't guarantee that you're going to be approved. Now, the way the Oregon system is set up is that, if you follow the zoning and you're an outright permitted use and you meet these various standards, you're more likely to get an approval than not. But it's not a 100% guarantee. It's just not pay your fee and then get your okay. So, and when you're in an economically stressed endeavor, that does cause them some angst about, well, I got to pay this money, but no guarantee I'm going to get that. And I'm like, correct, which is a hard lesson or a hard piece of information to impart to them, but it's true of every land use application in the county. Which leads me to the number 3, lowering and subsidize the application fees.
I just ask a question about number 2. I can see how changing the permits, and I don't know if your discussion was only focused on EFU, exclusive farm use zone properties, or if it also included MUA, multiple use agricultural 10. I can see how number 2 would be very easy in MUA, but in EFU, this is in ORS 215-283. This is statute. So can you, under state law, move uses from sub 2 uses, which is conditional uses and where there's more discretion, to sub 1 uses, which are, is that legal? I don't know the answer to that question.
So it's a great question, Nick. The sub 1 uses, so in ORS 215, which is where all of our EFU uses, our farm use standards, come out of from the statute, there's 215-283 has some major category headings, and sub 1 uses are ones that counties must allow. So these are basic right to farm, some certain infrastructure provisions. So we have to take those, and if a county tries to get in the way and say, no, you can't farm, if you're stinky or if it's loud, the statute precludes you from entering that field. So sub 1 uses are precluded from our entry into additional regulation. Some of them have some standards associated with them in the statute, but we're precluded from adding additional standards. The second category under there is the big, so first you get your 1, and your second one you get is the sub 2, and the sub 2 are things that counties may allow. So we can, from that menu of potential uses in the farm zone, we can say no to all of them, or we can say yes, but we're going to put additional regulation on them. So it would continue to be a sub 2 use. That would be something that we could put additional regulation on, but we would put a form-based regulation on it rather than a broad conditional use type regulation. And there doesn't appear to be a legal preclusion to that.
It's a unique interpretation. I think we could expect to be in court over that one. And keep in mind, if you do change these from conditional uses to this hybrid outright permitted use, that's a text amendment that would be appealed and challenged probably beyond Luba and to the courts, I would expect. So,
There would be interest.
yeah, it'd be a multi-year effort.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're not going to get that done in a month or two.
What kind of interests would you expect to be?
Oh, Land Watch they'd already have an appeal written to challenge that if you changed conditional use to an outright permitted use in an EFU zone. Yeah, that would occur pretty quickly, I would expect. I'd be shocked if they didn't.
If I can just go one step further, that might be something that 1,000 Friends of Oregon would be interested in, because that could be a statewide
Yeah.
precedent if it goes to LUBA and/or the Court of Appeals. So it may be beyond Land Watch. That could raise the attention of others. But we'd have to see. I just don't know. It's just a new concept to me, so it's interesting.
And the concern of those organizations would be this tail wagging the dog situation.
Primarily, and then those uses that might adversely impact. The problem with trying to write a turnkey solution is you have to imagine everything that's going to come in advance, and that you have to be ready to, if someone meets all your requirements, that they've got, that you're going to give them the permit. And there may be some new type of novel activity that falls under this that we weren't ready to think about how they worked. Certainly, although it wouldn't come under this particular permit, something like hip camp, where people are trying to rent out their personal properties for tent sites. That's a big change in the landscape in terms of what people are asking to do and interested in doing, and sometimes already doing out there. So the landscape is really dynamic in the types of uses that people are thinking about out there. And it might be, that's the concern at the last sentence there, is to write a turnkey review that captures everything that might impact farming or suitability in the neighborhood could be relatively difficult.
So for instance, at our October 14th meeting with the Planning Commission, we also had Jim Jackson from the Oregon Department of Agriculture speaking, and he was very adamant that, the purpose of EFU, the legislative intent, is commercial agriculture for profit. And so he was saying that really is the primary use and it'd be the driver. And so in this discussion we're having about putting in some other uses that are not classic agriculture, who knows where ODA falls on that. But again, Jim Jackson was very adamant that that was the intent of EFU, is it's for commercial use, for agricultural, for profit. So,
Well, and that's kind of the traditional, original disconnect of the state land use system, is when you have juniper, rock, no soil areas that ended up being zoned as farm, which probably is just a catch-all for rural. It doesn't even make sense when you're standing in that field, but
there we are.
That's where we're at.
So number 3 was lowering or subsidizing the application fees. Again, full disclosure, I work for a fee-supported department, so obviously that could have an impact on the community development department, whether we, so there's a couple ways you can do this, as the board knows. You can lower the fees for agriculture related by spreading the cost to everyone else, so other fees get raised to help subsidize that, or the board can do direct fund transfers. But again, that's one of the things that came up is, could you lower the fees that we have for doing agricultural? And there's some examples here of a guest ranch is a little over $7,000. An agritourism application, depending on the specifics, can run from $547 to $1,071. And then commercial activity in conjunction with a farm use. A new acronym I had to learn for this meeting, by the way, is 7,017.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a question?
Oh, please.
If CDD's fees are established for cost recovery, it's not lowering, just a clarification, it's not lowering or subsidizing, because lowering is subsidizing. Is that correct?
I think the way I was thinking of subsidizing is that CDD has tried to structure its fees on what is the work involved by staff to get something. So all these are supposed to represent the amount of staff effort. So if you lower it that, staff is basically doing unpaid work on it. That's why I would say it'd be the equivalent to lowering it or subsidizing it.
You have to roll up.
Please join us. Yeah, we'll find you a microphone and welcome you to the.
I'll get 6 feet away.
There you go.
Thanks for the rolling chairs. Peter Gutowski, Community Development Director. I think one of the things that was emphasized at the last smaller subgroup with the panel with the small farmers, that was worth emphasizing, commissioners, is land use is taking kind of the brunt of the disappointment as expressed and summarized by both Peter and Will. But it's really important to emphasize, as both Peter Russell did in the past, and I emphasized earlier this month, is when you're exploring agritourism, there's oftentimes where the public is entering a property where buildings have not been approved or built for the general public. These are sometimes ag-exempt structures. And then they have to be brought up to code to meet commercial building code requirements. Septic systems also typically have to be upgraded. That can be tens of thousands of dollars when you're just adding more public to a property. And more additionally, if they're processing any food or whatnot, Todd Cleveland and his team have to make sure that the septic system is even capable of handling that waste stream. So those are just, I think it's just worth emphasizing when there's a discussion of fees, and land use, of course, we convened this, and land use was a prominent topic for a number of reasons. These other issues, in addition to coordinating with the Oregon Department of, it's not Oregon Department of Agriculture, it's John Herring. John Herring, does he work for ODA? So again, he's involved when you're talking about processing certain agricultural products for a higher use. There's just significant statewide coordination, and there's costs involved. And I think in our experience, especially when you look at code compliance related matters, these issues happen on occasion where someone isn't aware of these obligations outside of the land use entitlement process. And they can be really expensive and very difficult to meet. So it's just worth putting on the record, just as you're considering all this new information, that there's some state requirements that just make it difficult as well. And then when you factor in, we have the smallest EFU subzones in the state, our properties are smaller. And that can limit area to take advantage of for these types of improvements. So there's multiple factors involved that make agritourism more difficult than otherwise in our, if you looked at Crook and Jefferson County, because their properties are much larger, and they're doing a larger scale of commercial agriculture that we just don't see here.
And one thing that wasn't mentioned here is actually our growing season. I think we have one of the shortest growing seasons in the state. I know one year in May I went to Hermiston and they were cutting alfalfa May 11th, and our people weren't haying until the end of June. Truly, we have that growing season every year, so it impacts the production, and you have to look at your cost effectiveness.
I would also say, though, that the fact that the properties we have smaller properties, and the growing season is more constrained, may be more of a reason that we need to help people who want to do value-added processing to end up with a viable business. Because these things, some of these things are they're challenges that you can overcome. The growing season, we've seen so many farmers in the region, adopt hoop houses and greenhouses and other things to be able to grow things that ordinarily would be challenging to grow with our regular growing season. So, but if you're going to make those kinds of investments, then you've got to be able to make more money on the tail end, and that's where something like value-added processing comes in. So just as I'm listening to this, I'm tracking on all of the constraints on agritourism, but really when I first brought this up, what I was interested in was the farmers who wanted to do commercial kitchens and farm stands and things like that, things that are I mean, agritourism can also be very, very tied to the agriculture, but I mean, something like a farm stand or a commercial kitchen. I mean, you don't do that without the crops that you grow.
So one of the other elements, and I can move on to number 4 if the board wants, is, Peter summarized many of the things that are not land use. The other one is transportation system development charges, because typically we don't charge an SDC if it's just a farming operation. But if you're bringing agritourism or a farm stand, now you're bringing more trips to the property. So we also have SDCs that occasionally cause pain to the people who are doing the rural economic development opportunities. We do have a 10-year payment plan, but it depends on the size. Farm stands, we typically give a seasonal break to, but SDC is another cost that they have to face when they try and do these non-traditional farming operations. I just want to make sure I captured that one as well, since I'm the one who usually gets to give them the good news. So number 4 was prioritizing these rural economic development applications by reviewing the applications ahead of other planning applications and providing dedicated staff resources and support for these applications. Again, plus minus of that, it depends how you want to have your staff. Do you want depth or do you want breadth? So I do transportation, Will does floodplain, or did until he got promoted. So if we're out of the building, it's tough to get an answer on those 2 issues because we were the subject matter experts. And so what planning has tried to do is spread it a bit more so we didn't have just an EFU person, but that all the planners would have familiarity with this, so you wouldn't have that problem. I mean, on the other hand, you get a consistent answer if it's one person who's doing it all. So there's a plus minus with that. And then the other aspect was reviewing the applications ahead of other applications. We have always operated on a kind of a first come, first served basis. So that could affect other people who apply afterwards. And then again, staff could be in the interesting position of trying to explain to someone who is applying for a 65-lot subdivision why your application is being processed after a 250 square foot farm stand. Everybody thinks their application is the most important, as well they should, so that can affect timing. And they're all under the 150-day clock, so I sense movement.
I wheeled up again. Thank you. And I appreciate the recap that Peter offered. I just think it's we're kind of admittedly in an awkward situation. We really wanted to empower the panel. And I think our planning commission for the small farmers in our community had an opportunity to respond to what I'll call Peter's white paper, his recap of the first panel. And I think the planning commission really wanted to see them, these small farmers, provide further input that would then help inform the planning commission's thoughts and observations. This one element is, as Peter noted, something that they really were interested in. I will just share with you as the director, it comes with significant consequences. We have never prioritized an application. Many of our applications, over 20, find themselves at a hearings officer, and a subset of those find themselves in front of the board to consider appeals. And it would require, if this is and again, I'm not trying to get in front of the board, if this is something the board felt was a high priority, of course we could figure out how to restructure our planning division to ensure we could meet those expectations. It just will come at a cost. And I would say I would be mindful of the slippery slope, where one industry is really wanting to get at the front of the line. Prior piece was for lower fees, to get in the front of the line for expedited review, if there's such a thing in Deschutes County anymore, given so much complexity and controversy. But there will be others that will be looking to the board for similar treatment. So I bring that to your attention, not to get in front of the commission, of course, but just to recognize that this is not something that can be easily executed and would require us to really reevaluate and reassess how we allocate our resources.
You mean this item, number 4?
Pertaining to number 4, yeah.
If I might jump in, I think what had gotten the panel and the planning commission interested is that the panel had cited some examples and I'm forgetting the specific example, where there was an advocate to help them interface with government process. one of the things that can be expensive for them is these are farmers and they're coming to interact with a legalistic process. And beyond the cost of permits and trying to prepare those permits, frequently, they have some difficulty preparing them, and now they're looking to a private consultant or to an attorney that can add on to their expense significantly. And they were wondering if there was something like an advocate that could, sit in the middle there. The difficulty that we have trying to provide that internally is, we're the referees in this game, and it would be hard for us typically to provide advocacy and especially try to guarantee an outcome. When you go to a consultant, they say, hey, we'll get you across the finish line, we can do this, where we provide a venue for people to decide if, for the board, for the hearings officer to decide if this is something that meets all the regulations. So there wasn't a neat fit in their ask for some sort of advocate. But I could see how that had helped in other circumstances, and I think what was happening, and I don't know if you recall specifically, is that there was some third-party funded option that provided those support resources, and we didn't have I don't have an easy way internally under our current structure to think of a way to do that, but it was something that we're interested in.
Yeah, the closest we come to is we have pre-application conferences, which are free, and so we can kind of walk them through the code, and then we can say on past decisions and past board decisions, here are areas where it's going to be difficult, here's areas where it's going to be easy. So you can kind of handicap it a little bit, but we can't write the application for them. We can't be their consultant because, as Will said, we're a neutral reviewer, but we can point out, if you have a similar application, we'll give them a copy of that application so you can use that as a model or a template. So we try and, give as much advice and as we possibly can without, trying to imply that here's a guaranteed outcome that you're going to get. We can just say, here's a difficulty, here are the standards, here's how another applicant with a similar one either did or did not get approval, and then go from there. The panel did compliment staff on the amount of interaction they had with us and trying to answer their questions. I mean, one of the things to keep in mind is we've managed to get a lot of land uses applied through either commercial activity in conjunction with a farm use or agritourism. So we haven't been turning people around, turning them down left and right. We've usually found a way to get somebody, to have a chance to get approved, rather than say, there's no way that's happening.
But with significant cost of staff time or permit fees or, getting consultants to help them through the process. It's doable, and we're supportive, but it's still a cumbersome process or and potentially expensive.
And Commissioner, just to follow up on that, thank you. One of the speakers 2 weeks ago did acknowledge, frankly, that it's their margins are so low that going up against organized opposition is a game breaker. And because unlike hiring an engineer to construct your building, it can be implemented. It's a ministerial decision, something that, assuming the entitlements are not an issue. When these representatives face opposition, they acknowledge that they'll just pull out. It's too much to expend a transportation engineer or transportation traffic engineer, a land use attorney to get involved, to have rigorous findings and know that the process can go on for years. It's that uncertainty. So I don't want to dismiss their plea for professional services. It's just that in our environment, where goal one and citizen involvement, the entry level is so low, and it's rare where we will see a agritourism, commercial activities in conjunction with farm use, and not have opposition. So this environment that they're facing comes with significant uncertainty, and that was just another emphasis that they had that they wanted to share with the Planning Commission and now to the board.
Okay, number 5, similar to our application fees, was removing or subsidizing the hearings officer fees for review of these applications. One of the applicant of the chair of the Planning Commission referred to the hearings officer deposit as dead money, that you have to pay $5,000 up front. We go, $5,500, it's actual cost of services, and until you get something resolved that may or may not come out in your favor. So again, it's that whole aspect of you apply for a land use application, but there's no guaranteed outcome, and a hearings officer is just another additional cost. Again, as Peter Gutowski mentioned, because these are so contentious, a lot of them go to a hearings officer who then looks at the code and reviews the various matters, and so that's just expensive. We have a $5,500 deposit. It can be more than that if the hearings officer has to go more. It just depends on what's in the record, what kind of case law he or she has to review, or it could be less. But it's still $5,500 you're paying out front. That I understand when you're on a tight budget that can be a challenge.
Does anyone get any money back ever?
Yes,
They
we
do.
get. Yeah, we get
Because
a fair amount.
what about the other side? Someone just brought this up to me very recently, and they said, oh my gosh, I've got to come up with $5,500 for my hearings officer, but the other side that's doing the protesting, what do they have to come up with, $250 or something?
That's a great question. So the way our fee schedule is structured right now is that matters that are either interpretive, and typically you'll run into interpretive matters when you have public opposition. So the public and agency, maybe even staff, is saying there are rules that you have to meet. It doesn't appear that you meet them. We're going to send you to this hearings officer to have your day in court, as it were. And that initial public hearing, the way our fee schedule is structured, is paid for by the applicant. So when something's been identified as an interpretive matter that needs to be referred to the hearings officer, they're asked to bring in a $5,500 deposit. That's an actual cost of services. So if the hearing's shorter, they'll get a refund. If it goes longer, they'll be billed for it, depending on the amount of hearings officer resources that are needed. And the point Commissioner Adair has well taken is that under the state land use system, initial appeals are only $250. So if in the event that staff thought something was approvable and uncontroversial and then was appealed by a member of the public, they would pay $250 for that appeal, an opponent, and that would, the fees for the hearings officer come out of our budget generally. So it's structured quite differently for the applicant versus an initial opponent in terms of the fee structure, and that comes out of state law.
So, Will, is there any way, I understand that the state law associated with appeals and the $250, but is there any way to ask the opposition to contribute to the initial hearing as well?
There is not. The hearings officer fee, we've dealt with this in a number of different ways over time. So a certain number of hearings a year go to the hearings officer. And back when I started, it was the hearings officer cost was loaded as sort of what you'd feel like an insurance fee on all applications. Everybody paid for everything 5% extra, and a certain number of them went to a hearing and there was money to do it. Back kind of during my initial tenure, we had a lot of applicants who were repeat complicated applicants, and there was a decision made to, rather than impose this fee on all applicants generally, to try and focus the fee on those applications that were generating controversy. And initially this seemed like a great idea because when somebody came in with something controversial, they were paying the freight of covering that controversy and having that process. What we've seen with some increasing frequency is that you have people with fundamentally approvable applications, but a neighbor doesn't like it. And this cost can be significant, and the board has provided some resources this year to allow planning to explore having those done effectively at planning's cost. So the three ways that I'm aware that you can handle this is that you can have the hearings officer paid for by the applicant in the initial case, which is the system we're in now. I've seen it loaded, like I just said, as like an insurance where everybody pays 5% extra and then there's money available. And then many jurisdictions have these hearings conducted out of the general fund effectively, that they think of these hearings as a public good. And there are some procedural advantages to that, but it certainly is a significant fee discussion in terms of how fees are structured.
Can I wheel up? Sorry, I'm pendulum here. Great, that was an extraordinary overview, I think very helpful for the board. I feel like it's important, again, just as the board is contemplating all of these levers, that there are
there are consequences of changing our structure. And certainly the board is welcome to consider that, at some point in the future when you feel like it's ripe. I am mindful that this year, and it seems like for the last 5 to 7 years, we've averaged over 24 hearings officer proceedings a year. That far surpasses any other county in Oregon. And I'm mindful that if fees are lowered or subsidized in manners that Will just mentioned, and the bar is lowered for one to appeal a controversial, what one sees as a controversial land use matter, we should be prepared to experience more appeals. And I'm not providing a value judgment on more or less. It's just the process that the Oregon system affords. So just be aware that I could see that being a real factor if the structure is changed, because what we're seeing in 2021, and Nick will recall in his prior tenure here that, landscape management applications, some of the more simple, straightforward applications are getting appealed to hearings officers because of interpretive matters. So I just offer that for your consideration. Thank you.
Peter, as you wheel back, the other thing just to be aware of is a lot of planning commissions around the state actually conduct these hearings. In Deschutes County, our planning commission is focused on policy. So, for example, the 3 metro counties, most of the policy is handled by Metro. It's not a lot of it is handled by the individual counties. Some is, but a lot of it's not. And so for us in Deschutes County, we've always made this decision, initially not by choice, when we had an enforcement order against us in 1990, when our planning commission was said to have never seen an application they didn't like, which is when there was an enforcement order brought against Deschutes County, and we were forced to use a hearings officer, and then we've used one ever since. But it's a big difference. Jurisdictions that send their applications to a planning commission, it doesn't cost the planning commission because they're volunteers, and those planning commissions often aren't spending nearly as much time on policy. For us, our planning commission is 100% policy, and so then we go to the hearings officer, which those costs are $200 an hour. And that's actually a really good rate because private land use attorneys generally will charge between $350 and $500 an hour. So it's just an interesting dynamic of our system.
I'll go on to number 6. Okay, so number 6 was revisiting a prior board decision limiting non-farm revenues to 40% of farm revenues. This came out of a land use case where a hearings officer was trying to figure out what is incidental and subordinate. Looked at all the materials and decided 40% was incidental and subordinate. Board agreed with that decision, so it's not in statute. So there's other ways you can do incidental and subordinate. You can do spatial, you can do intensity, you can do number of activities, but we, for well-reasoned reasons, is that we came up with this 40% cost. Some of the small farmers find that too low of a number. They'd like it higher. I mean, like 49% is still incidental and subordinate. But again, what would have to happen is we can't do it at the planning division, and the board can't do it on their own. What has to happen is an applicant has to come in where that's the key factor of their application is what is incidental and subordinate, and then it would go, likely through a hearings officer and then on up to the board for further review. So, Will, I don't know if you wanted to add anything or.
Yeah, just to add to this and try to keep it at a high level is early on what was incidental and subordinate, what would cause something to be incidental and subordinate was unclear. And so in the case Downs that's cited, the board agreed with the hearings officer that something that had up to 40% of its income coming from the commercial activities would still be, the farming would still be the predominant use on the property. And that's set in as a board decision, and with that board preference, staff follows that until such time as the board changes. And something interesting that's happened is in this Friends of Yamhill County, the LUBA concluded that incidental and subordinate is to be thought of in a variety of factors, including the space used on the farm, the amount of time applied to it, as well as the amount of income. And I think that there's many planners in the state believe, let's say I was a farmer that grew alfalfa, and then in 2 days in the winter, I ran a holiday bazaar that equaled my entire farm income for the year. That still might be incidental and subordinate because it doesn't displace farming. It's very temporarily limited. Maybe it's in a limited space. I have a 1,000-acre farm and it happens in 5 acres. So there's an impression that that income limit that the board set previously, that's not anything out of statute and could be revisited. The difficulty is that would have to come to the board in a particular application. So something would be before you that had beyond 40% of its income coming from the activity, and they would be making an argument to you that said, this is not the tail wagging the dog because it's very limited in time or spatial extent or some other parameter.
So we couldn't just change this basic principle in the abstract. It would have to be triggered by someone coming to us and specifically asking us to change this.
Yes, I think the direction you would take is if you were interested in this issue, you would give staff direction that this is something that you were hoping to revisit. And in such case that we had a case, the board certainly can call up matters from the hearings officer. So that would be a way if you wanted to re-engage with this when one came across the counter in planning to re-engage with this issue, is to let us know that you're generally interested in that and would like us to bring those before you to say, hey, you said you were interested in this. Is this the case where you want to visit this issue?
So, and this is I'm thinking the case that was associated with this 40% is in reference to weddings on EFU. Is that correct? I mean, that's, yeah. So this was, yeah. This is just the path that kind of fell into place and it got put in, and now it's being used 10 years later.
Correct.
And then number 7 is the board can lobby at the state level to relax incidental and subordinate requirements to make it economically favorable to support the small farmer. We don't have a percentage-wise, that wasn't given by the panel, but just generally to lobby the state to make it more supportive of the farmer, small farmer. So with that summary, staff is before you to see if you have any recommendations, if the recap of the planning discussions and with the High Desert Farm Food Alliance, this is sufficient. If you want anything else done, if you have any other directions for staff, or if we can conclude the topic, so staff turns to the board for further direction.
If I could pull up to the 90,000 foot level again. I see us use state lottery dollars, which are intended for economic development purposes, to support organizations like EDCO to do really good work to recruit businesses to come to our community. Meanwhile, I was hearing from a number of farm businesses who are already here, are already doing something, and who want to diversify, expand, or kind of enhance their business in various ways, and are struggling to do that. And I don't see us providing any kind of subsidy or financial support for them to do that work. So that's the kind of perspective I come to this with. So if there are ways that we could, on the assumption that lottery dollar revenues are going to continue to increase, which I think that they are, if there are ways that we could use some of that funding to invest somewhere in this system to reduce the barriers for some of these farmers who want to diversify their businesses. I'm particularly interested in value-added processing because, in my mind, that is, extremely similar to trying to bring, EDCO trying to bring a business here to do manufacturing. These are jobs taking raw materials and making something more valuable out of it, and creating jobs and income from that process. So I guess, I that's the lens I was bringing to this, and you can, help me see other things if I'm missing something, but it seems like, number 3 is one place where you could take some lottery dollars and put it into, essentially invest that into our CDD department, so that we could, relieve some of the financial burden of moving these applications forward for some of these farmers. I mean, is there other ways you could see taking, a little bit of lottery funding and investing somewhere in this whole system to make things easier or less expensive?
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I would offer 2 comments concerning the ARPA funding and whatnot, the lottery dollars. I would probably discreetly let that one step aside. That one's such a public policy and political point that I think it's really should be considered by the 3 commissioners. But in terms of opportunities looking forward, especially as we turn the corner and go on to the back end of this fiscal year, the remarks that were offered with Peter's leadership in convening the panels, the other thing that's not lost on us is that farmers are getting older, and they're really, I think, sincerely asking for awareness and assistance where possible. And of course, that's the big question. I think certainly lobbying as we try to get the board some forward momentum, whether the short session, it may not be timely, but our conditions are unique here for reasons that we've summarized. And that doesn't preclude the Board of County Commissioners for really emphasizing targeted legislative concepts that don't destroy the state's land use system and Goal 3, but recognize our unique characteristics, which is just high points, the smaller EFU zones that we have, the smaller parcels, and we have the fewest frost-free days in the state, if not in the western United States. And yet we have farmers who are committed to continuing to provide, to growing farm products, and yet are looking for ways to supplement their income. And so the second point I would offer, just to plant, sorry for the terrible pun, to plant the seed, would be to, this past year, the Board of County Commissioners gave staff allocated $40,000 for those applications that staff could really get behind. Still, there were interpretive issues, but there was enough support from the board, enough leadership from the commission to allow staff to empower themselves, and where there were those land use applications that warranted administrative decision, that we were willing to do that. And if it was appealed, and we did have 1 or 2 that have been appealed to date, that this contribution would absorb that hearings officer cost. And one thing the board could think about is allocating a certain percentage of that funding to the extent it continues from year to year. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the board could prioritize some of those general fund support dollars where there's an application for agritourism or commercial activity in conjunction with farm use, where it's complete and meeting all the requisite requirements. Even in the face of opposition, this could be a method to certainly get matters before, to the extent they were continued to be controversial, get them before the board to interpret incidental and subordinate. So I offer those 2 examples. I'm sure there are others that are from the list that's in front of you that Peter drafted, and could have a positive impact with modest, do I dare say, modest contributions from the general fund, and certainly the board exercising some of their political influence across the divide to Salem.
So Peter, those two examples you just gave us, those would get, it's not the exact recommendation here, but those would get at, it kind of follow the intent of number 5 and number 7 on this list.
I think that's correct. I mean, I think the lobbying was one element there in terms of the state law, as we've recognized, and it's a constant theme, state law doesn't necessarily help us in this situation, but if we could get some further clarity about agritourism, that would, especially, I mean, in our region, it could be the difference between, in the long term, having commercial farmers in our region and transitioning to that next generation. And then it's a bit of a blend in terms of subsidizing fees or prioritizing certain land use applications. So I think it is, yes, Commissioner, part of that spirit of conversation. And again, for anybody listening at home and in the audience, I don't want it to be seen that staff's throwing cold water on the recommendations from Deschutes County residents and farmers. It's not our intention to do that. We're just recognizing how difficult the system is, and I wanted to project some positivity for the board's consideration as you contemplate some of these observations and recommendations.
If I may connect the two comments here, I do wonder, with Commissioner Cheng, your question about offsetting those fees with lottery dollars, one thing that might be interesting is to see how many of those agritourism commercial activity in conjunction with the farm use applications you have on an annual basis, and then see, as we discussed this morning, the lottery grants are often $20,000 to $30,000. If there's up to, I don't know, are there 20 to 30 a year? I don't recall at all, and I'm not asking now. But if that's the amount, would that qualify for a grant? If there's a demonstration of job creation or something of that nature with those applications, to then allocate, for example, one grant, 20 to 30,000 to CDD for those types of applications, that would then increase the 40,000 to 60 or 70. I don't know. I'm just thinking of a concept of potentially blending the ideas.
One question I had is, can I not just go to the board and ask for a fee waiver?
Yeah, the fee waiver is really for, there's a whole fee waiver policy. If it's for a community benefit for public or quasi-public organizations that are providing a public good. So I mean, certainly they could, but then we need to find out where's that money coming from to offset the staff costs and CDD's costs for that. Otherwise, it's other applications will subsidize it, whereas this would be potentially a grant effectively to the department to help with these job creation types of applications. Just a thought.
Could I clarify something
Please.
that Peter said? I believe you said it, Peter, that over the last 5 to 7 years, we had over, did you say 24 hearing officer cases? Was that a year or?
Thank you, Commissioner Dare, for clarification. I would say over the last 5 years, yearly, we get between 20 to 24 hearings officers proceedings annually, and that's on a scale of magnitude more than what other counties experience in Oregon.
Yeah, we're at the top, right? I mean, you could say
sometimes,
we're at the
yeah.
top, or you could call it the bottom, but it would only get bigger if we lowered our bar.
I mean, that would be something that we would want to recognize that would be a real possibility. If the ability to challenge an administrative decision or, these interpretive issues without as our current structure, we use the deposit, actual cost of services. I think you would see more of them or more appellants. Which just adds more layers of complexity to bring before hearings officers, and certainly there are occasions where we bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners. The one thing I just want to put on the record as well, as you're contemplating, lottery dollars or how do you prioritize, certain industries. I'm just mindful of when land use matters get before the Board of County Commissioners, you want to make sure that there's no bias, and maybe just recognizing that if that someone who could be a determined opponent, if the board were to allocate certain resources or target a certain industry to accelerate an application, we could find ourselves collectively where the board someone's raising an objection that the board has a bias and shouldn't be in a position to hear a matter because of these prior actions. I'm not sure that that's a fair assessment, but I just want one to be.
Be a good argument somebody could make. I would expect to see that. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I might just picking up on what Peter said on the hearings officer, the volume, that then ultimately works to matters that come before you folks and then to LUBA. And I know in recent years, Deschutes County may have had 20% of the county-based LUBA appeals in a calendar year at LUBA. So there's other downstream impacts. Every time there's a LUBA appeal, that takes all kind of time from his staff over there, my staff in legal to do the LUBA record, if nothing else. Oftentimes we participate in the briefing. As you know, the ARLUPA, which started, 4 or 5 years ago, has finally gotten to where we think we have finality, unless the U.S. Supreme Court were to accept some sort of an appeal. So there's a lot of downstream impacts to each and every time we have these appeals.
So we don't, I mean, yeah, a number of these recommendations, as we talk them out, that you can see how they might have perverse outcomes, and I mean, this one in particular. I mean, it seems like I think what I've heard is, if in a blanket way, a universal way, we make it easier to get to a hearings officer, easier to get to appeal, we're going to get more. But if we allocate some resources to be able to support, the occasional application that we really believe is compliant, a good, clean application, but, just has, for whatever reason, kind of generated a whole lot of public opposition, that would be one way, like subsidizing that would be one way that we could address this constraint, this kind of this challenge constraint, this to the hearings officer, without kind of encouraging more hearings officer cases overall. Is that right?
Yeah, so this is state land use, a lot of history, 50 years in, statewide growth management planning. I'm just kind of thinking through the concept that, I mean, if to have an opinion about a clean application that we want to see up front is not how the system works. So we got to be, I understand we got to be careful.
I mean, but that's kind of what we just decided a few months ago, that there are going to be situations like that.
Well, to get policy decisions on the big picture change, but I mean, I don't know that we could go down and say, well, let's pick this up. We could maybe pick an application because it's being talked about, incidental and subordinate, revenue. That's the concept that fits in there for approval. But to pick any specific application is taking sides up front. It's a dicey call.
Can you just give me like a 2-second answer? A commercial kitchen, if a ag operation wants to have a commercial kitchen, is that a whole nother set of rules? Is that pretty easy to do? Thank you, Will.
Yeah, Commissioner Dare, I can get in this. It depends a little bit on the magnitude. So if they have an existing residence, we have an approval type called a home occupation. And so for limited types of businesses, if I was going to make salsa in my kitchen, I could do that in any zone typically, and it's not dependent on the agricultural use of the property. As my business expanded, I would likely need to move towards commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. That would be where I'd be sourcing plants, the ingredients from all over Oregon. I might start to have larger facilities that go well beyond what you typically see in kind of a home and the barn there. So that's those are the two ways that you would get at that type of processing on a property.
Thank you.
And we're in a classic situation where if you have an outbuilding and you have a stove in it and refrigeration, and you're working towards a commercial kitchen, the first answer is, hey, wait a minute, that kind of looks like it could be an apartment. So we don't allow that here. And it becomes this another implied hump. And that's, I mean, there's a person associated with rhubarb in southern Deschutes County that might have been in this situation. She moved to a different county and she said, can I have this? And they said, yeah, moving on. And we couldn't do that. It's just the culture of Deschutes County. It was not possible just from the culture of how we respond to these things. And I got to see it firsthand. But, I mean, yeah, getting off a little bit from this.
Well, no,
But we should
that's
probably
good
wind up.
information. That's good information to know, though. See, that's what a lot of people will say to us about Deschutes County.
Yeah.
You can go to Crook and you can pay $400 and you can get something and you walk out the door, and they're always like, why isn't Deschutes County friendlier and financially friendlier to an industry that maybe needs it?
Well, because there's, two parties. Hey, I don't want my neighbor doing that because I've moved here so it's nice and quiet, so I've got time and resources, so I'm going to keep paying attention to these things. I mean, it's just the culture. So.
And clearly, I mean, it seems like the fact that there is so much challenge activity, it may very well give other neighbors the idea, like, oh, that's the way we sort things out. And
culture.
And I mean, yeah.
Well, so I'm thinking let's wind this down. We didn't intend to go this long, but it's been a good discussion, got us engaged, and definitely became a review and a discussion.
I mean, I would really like us to either, come out of this with a couple of things
Well, I was
that
gonna
maybe
say
we're
one
going to
thing.
do, or more homework that we need to do.
I support incidental and subordinate, looking out for an opportunity. Let's just, an application, especially if it's a pre-application meeting. Oh, look at this scenario here. And it might take the applicant a while to understand why you got so excited maybe, but here's a scenario that we've been looking for, and it does fit from the wedding events, and that was quite a ride for many years, obviously. But if we have new LUBA ruling saying that not intended to place income or revenue sideboards on that's interesting. So that's a statement. So there's precedence and now higher court statement about that. And then advocating at the state level too. If it ever comes up, let's look for the opportunity to say, oh, we've got, because it's a changing society and economy right now. With high-speed internet and Amazon coming to the house, being able to pick up packages that you could create at your home to distribute around the world. The world really can be a different place right now. Solar panels at home, you don't even need to, you can make your own anything and then whatever you could sell. So.
And I do believe COVA is featuring weddings in Deschutes, in Central Oregon. So, we do have a beautiful place to get married.
You just can't make
Right.
40% of your revenue and pay on their weddings.
No. I know.
I would, the recommendations in this memo aren't exactly what we're looking for, but I would urge that we continue to look for a way that, we could put $25,000 or $50,000 of lottery funds somehow into this system, through application fee subsidies, through, some kind of interface with the hearings officer, process to, lower some financial barriers for people to move forward good business ideas.
So I'm not supportive of that specifically. Business ideas are fine. We have a mature land use system that it could be implied right up front that we're trying to do something in a system that, has two sides, and we're the quasi-judicial review board on that. Would you be supportive?
Application fees? Somebody wants to come in with a commercial kitchen application fee, getting it from $7,000 to $5,000. That implies bias, in a quasi-judicial review process.
I want to look at this a little bit more. I'm sorry, it was in front of the planning commission. I would have liked to have heard from more people directly.
Can I just ask one other question? One is, going back to number one, removing the financial and technical roadblocks, we talked about, and maybe number two, changing the permits from conditional use to outright permits. That may be too big of a change, but there are many circumstances in Deschutes County where we do have additional regulations beyond what the state requires. Would the board be open to having CDD at least, or planning at least identify some of those local standards that we've imposed that the board may consider removing? I think about agritourism, for example. We went through that process 8 or 9 years ago, and we added significantly more standards in our code than were identified in the state, based on a lot of factors. But at least the board could understand what the state's requiring and what Deschutes County is requiring in addition to that. Are you interested in kind
That
of
sounds like a great idea.
regulatory look?
Yeah, just to look at it, what were the unintended consequences? We're now hearing from people that it's so hard in Deschutes County. So we definitely, if it was 8 or 9 years ago, I think that would be great to bring it back.
So I think that could be something that the department might want to look at as well, with some of those different elements.
So, sure. Yeah, so a little additional analysis on a number of these items. And coming back would be great.
Okay. Very good. So this was a follow-up at the board level 6 months later, but thank you very much for doing this with the Planning Commission and outreach efforts between then and now. Got us thinking this afternoon, that's for sure. End of the year efforts.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 25, Justice Reinvestment Grant. I want to thank you for staying by. We're an hour behind the schedule, but it started this morning, I guess.
There's a lot to cover in
Yeah.
this board meeting.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. You might have just been brought into our meeting. So Trevor Stevens, Kathleen Meehan Coop, and maybe Tanner Work. Yep, there we go. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Trevor Stevens, and I'm a management analyst for adult parole and probation. I'm here today with Deputy Director Tanner Work and Kathleen Meehan Coop from the District Attorney's Office. We have 2 items for your consideration today, and I'll present the first item, and then Kathleen will follow up with the second item. So starting first, we are seeking consideration and approval of board signature on Deschutes County document 2021-10-1023. This is the Oregon Criminal Justice Commission Justice Reinvestment Grant Agreement. So on August 23rd, we came before the board and we received permission to apply for both the formula and supplemental grants from the Justice Reinvestment Grant process. These funds, as I mentioned back in August, are targeted at controlling prison utilization and prison growth by investing with local counties to implement programs that really work on prison reduction strategies while preserving both public safety and accountability for individuals on supervision. So we applied for formula grant funds, which are based on the size of our county and the number of individuals we have on supervision. And we also applied for competitive funds, which are supplemental funds. We received funding in both areas. The formula grant monies will be used primarily for the Department of Community Justice with the Parole and Probation Division. We'll be really focusing more closely on like downward departures and those individuals releasing early out from prison, just really using evidence-based practices with those individuals, providing services and community resources to really help those individuals be successful. The supplemental grant will be used to continue our downward departure prison diversion program, as well as our pretrial services program. These funds will continue to support a pretrial supervision deputy, as well as a downward departure DA. Now, the grant agreement requires consistent communication with our local public safety coordinating council, as well as the Criminal Justice Commission. We will be providing reporting back and forth between both of those entities and just making sure that we are meeting the grant requirements as necessary. The Parole and Probation Division will retain those administrative functions for the grant in terms of this grant tracking and grant reporting, and we'll also provide the method of communication between those entities just so they have one line of communication. However, we are partnering with the DA and the Sheriff's Office as an effort around the JRI grant program in total. Now, the grant funds in total come to, for the 2-year period, $2,149,000, $2,149,224. Now, just a reminder that 10% of this award will go to victim service agencies in our community. And the agencies that were selected by our local public safety coordinating council for that are the Kids Center, CASA, Saving Grace, and JBAR-J. So if you don't have any questions, just Tanner and Kathleen and myself are here to answer any of those questions that we may have. And we thank you for your time at this moment.
Well, great job. You just ran through it from top to bottom there. And it's great to see this. You know, I think we have seen the application. I know I've seen the application and the partner applications to get the victim service agencies and the big picture here. So it's all coming together. Any other questions or thoughts?
No, I do appreciate the 4 groups that you have chosen, though. Thank you for that support for their programs.
It's really exciting to see this level of support for this restorative justice work.
Okay, well, as I say, a complete application and process, and it looks like this is just going to slide on through here on Monday afternoon. So is there a motion?
I move approval of approval and authorization for chair signature for Deschutes County document 2021-1023, Community Justice Reinvestment Grant Agreement.
Thank you very, I'll second that. It says
Okay.
commission on here, but is it supposed to be community?
Oh, sorry.
Criminal Justice Commission, I don't know, is it the, yeah, so it must be that's the commission, and then it's the Adjustment Reinvestment Agreement, yeah.
Right.
Criminal Justice Commission Justice Reinvestment Grant Agreement. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, we know. Okay, any other discussion? Kathleen, do you have anything to share, or?
We do. We just want, through our supplemental grant, we have support to add in a 0.5 FTE DDA to specifically implement the program activities for review of the downward departure and the pretrial services. And so we're requesting approval for this temporary grant-funded position. The plan is to hire somebody January 2022, and they would continue through June 30th, 2023.
Okay, so is that part of this motion now, I guess?
No, it's a second, she has a second feature for us, I think is what Trevor said.
Yeah, okay.
So we should vote on this.
Yeah, I just saw that you're ready to go. Okay, so let's get to a vote on the first item. So Commissioner Chang.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Yes.
Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. No, I just knew you were itching to go here, but yeah, next step. So, and you had just mentioned that.
This would be to consider approval of this limited duration 0.5 FTE.
For the temporary position through June 30th for the downward departure program.
You want to make that a motion?
Sure, so moved.
Okay.
Second.
There we go. Thank you very much. Just a little bit ahead of ourselves. Any other discussion on that then? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Chair votes yes. Okay, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tanner, yep. Item number 26, FTE for Deschutes County Public Health Clinical Services Nurse Practitioner. Thank you, you got here just, right on time to the beginning of this, and now we're at the end.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I am Ann Kilty, Manager of Clinical Services for Public Health. And I believe I'm being joined by there's Nahad Sadar-Azodi, Public Health Director. Thank you for your time. Happily, I'm not here asking for any money, which is a good start, right? The Clinical Services Division of Public Health currently has a vacant 0.5 nurse practitioner position, and I'd like to use this opportunity to increase that position to full-time. As you know, the reproductive health clinics provide vital services to our community. And throughout the pandemic, we have continued with full in-person services, although we have had to decrease clinic days at both the Bend and Redmond site, first because I was pulled to the Mass Vax clinic, and then second because of this vacancy. Increasing this revenue-producing position to full-time will allow us to maximize capacity at our current clinics and give us the flexibility to provide services throughout the county with the increasing population. Additionally, as Commissioner Dare has pointed out previously, it can be difficult to recruit for half-time positions, and we feel like in this highly competitive market, a full-time position may help us to attract a higher caliber of applicants. And as I detailed in the written request, the increased FTE will be paid for by combining money from the HIV Early Intervention Outreach Services Grant and through a new partnership with our behavioral health colleagues in the Comprehensive Care for Youth and Families program. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about this position and our request to increase it to full-time.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
So you're explaining that there's kind of partnerships here also, and you mentioned revenue producing, so it's kind of a revenue producing and
right. So initially,
pre-funded position.
Yeah, initially when we bring on a new clinician, it can take some time for them to get up to speed to produce enough revenue to cover their costs, but our hope is that with these grant funds that we could cover those.
Both of them,
yeah.
Great.
Do we have are there other cases where behavioral health and public health funds are being mixed for a position?
I don't know. Naha, do you know?
Yeah, well, we have, good afternoon, everyone. Apologies. Not to say hello first. My name is Nahad Sadraz, the Director of Public Health. We have scenarios where we have integrated staff into programs where, for example, we have WIC clients coming in and we refer them, for example, to behavioral health clients, or we have funding from behavioral health to recruit a prevention specialist within public health to address also behavioral health client needs. So we have those arrangements in our organization. This is similar to those in that behavioral health colleagues would be providing us funding, some level of funding for us to be able to scale up this position. And we will also have programmatic interaction through referral system from behavioral health into public health.
Yeah, no, it seems like a good thing to me to
Absolutely.
to have that coordination and integration, so.
Yeah, our behavioral health colleagues have identified some gaps in care that they're seeing consistently with their clients that we feel like we can fulfill. And so setting up kind of a warm handoff referral system will allow us with this position to hopefully fill those gaps.
And thank you for mentioning that. Yes, I do think it might be easier to hire someone full-time, perhaps, or it used to be. So anyway, thank you for having that vision to
absolutely.
actually make a difference, and hopefully you can get someone hired in the new year.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping.
Okay, is there a motion? Oh, no
It said no
motion
motion at this time. If we all approve it, then it can come back,
Let's-
right?
Yeah, so this is going to be a couple weeks from now. So I guess I didn't see that or think it through. So we're not having a
It says
meeting.
it'll come back on a consent item for you.
Yeah, so I'm just acknowledging that'll be
January 3rd.
January, yeah. Just making sure we're on the same page
Yeah,
there.
sure. I just wanted to know if you had any more questions
Yeah.
for me.
Nope, no other questions.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time and
Thank
consideration.
you.
Yeah, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Yes.
Enjoy, and thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Okay, so item number 27 was brought to the front of the agenda. Item number 28, consideration of whether to hear an appeal. Yeah. Bring in the box. At least it's not in a cart with multiple layers.
Not this one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Visual effects.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Lilac, Mr. Doyle, good to see you guys again. For the record, Anthony Regini, Community Development Department. The item before you is consideration of signature for Order 2021-065. It's a determination from the board to hear or not hear an appeal. This probably looks familiar to you since it's the second time coming to you. This is an application for a conditional use permit to establish a private personal use airport. In this case, the hearings officer, unlike the first time through, issued an approval, which was then appealed by Ms. Gould. And so the appeal was timely filed, and the board now is in a position to determine whether or not they want to hear the appeal. As I noted in my staff memo, there are a number of issues that Ms. Gould's attorney raises that she believes it would be worthwhile for the board to hear. As I noted in my recommendation, staff believes the hearings officer's decision is well-reasoned and can be supported by the evidence in the record. Additionally, the 150th day ends on January 24th, and so it would be difficult to hold an appeal hearing and issue a decision in that time. So with that, I am available for questions.
Did you mention hearings officer denial, or was there 2 hearings officer steps?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
So-
exactly, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Could you
so-
explain that for me? Yeah.
That's right.
It's like-
So
Yep.
earlier this year, the conditional use permit was referred to a hearing, and the hearings officer denied it. The applicant, in the hearings officer's perspective, did not do enough with regard to the farm impacts test. And so the applicant came back, reapplied, did further analysis on the farm impacts test, and the hearings officer, the second time through, approved it.
Okay, yeah, so there was kind of an optimization step in there by
Yes.
saying, oh, this is how it got denied, and what can we do to fix it? Okay.
Exactly.
But someone really is feeling that you don't want us to do it, because I think this was approved on the 24th of November, and it's now the 20th of December. So it's really better that we just, reading between the lines, that it should go on.
Well, and that's really a decision for the board. You know, as I mentioned, because of where we are in the 150, we could certainly schedule a hearing, but it would be difficult for the board to conduct a hearing, deliberations, and issue a decision. I will note that I spoke to the applicant last week to ask if they would be willing to toll the clock, and they are not willing to toll the clock. And
So that's kind of, yeah, I think Commissioner Dare, that's the concept. You know, tolling the clock is the clear indication of
Right,
you have as much time as you need.
but we don't.
Yeah.
That's correct.
We don't have enough time.
It's also a pretty good indication when an applicant doesn't waive the time, that
Yeah.
they just
Yeah.
go to LUBA and
That's what I was, yeah, that's
save the cost and
exactly the
expense of
conclusion
having
I
it come
came.
through your process.
And I was just going to say, for the board to be adequately prepared for a hearing, should you decide to hear it, I think Anthony has the record with him, so you have a sense of the magnitude of the record. Just
Is that one record right there for this whole project?
That's the record.
Okay,
So in my memo, I have a link to the website, which has the entirety of the record. If you were to print it out, that's what it would look like.
I just read the.
lovely.
I just read the hearings officer decision just to kind of get a little bit more familiar with this. As you know, I'm certainly no expert in these matters, but I felt like the hearings officer laid out a solid argument that this application in its current form is consistent with our code, and that's there's not a I don't necessarily see a reason for us to pull this to hear an appeal, especially if we know that it's likely to go on to LUBA, and they can work they can deliberate more on it there. I would also say, though, that as I read this decision, it made me ask myself, well, what if a lot of similar properties wanted to do the same thing, and I mean, with the rules that we have, I don't, I think we would get a whole lot of private airstrips, and I have concerns about that in terms of, compatibility with the rural quality of life. Our airspace is, we have some of the most congested airspace in the Pacific Northwest. This particular application, it's near important wildlife areas and recreational areas. So I'm not suggesting that we hear the appeal on this application, but I would be interested to learn, what kind of code modifications we might want to consider if we have, if I have concerns about, a whole lot of private airstrips in the future.
Sure. And so I will, remind the board, because this is a conditional use permit, as you mentioned, there is a compatibility analysis. So the threshold or the bar to meet is relatively high already. It's similar to your discussion regarding commercial activity in conjunction with farm use. It's not a simple or easy bar to meet. So I would just point that out. It's not a slam dunk type of application at all. The second thing I would point out is regard to airspace. You made a comment regarding congested airspace. All of these private airstrips have to go through Oregon Department of Aviation review. So frankly, we don't see them unless ODA has already determined that it's safe to operate a private airstrip in amongst the other air traffic in the area. And I know that was an issue that was brought up during the public hearing. And again, I pointed out, and the hearings officer also pointed to the correspondence from ODA that they were ready to issue a permit for this particular use. To your specific question regarding other code provisions, it really just depends on what else does the board want to do in terms of regulating or controlling this use. So there's any number of options. Before we talk about options, I would remind the board that because this is an aviation use and there are statute and rule that apply to these types of uses, we would always have to partner with Oregon Department of Aviation in terms of any text amendments. But things you could look at are specific limitations on number of flights. You could do a density analysis. So for example, you could not establish another airstrip within so many air miles of another one if you were concerned about having too many. There are a number of things that you could do. It's just, like I say, when you already have a conditional use permit application and the threshold for compatibility, you would have to really decide that you wanted more than that in order to control these. And, I've been with the county since '05, and to my knowledge, we've approved 2 of these. And it certainly could become more prevalent, in which case you may decide that you want additional controls and restrictions.
You said we have 32?
No, I am aware of 2 of them.
Only 2?
That have
Because
been
I have
approved
an airstrip right by my house.
2 applications, you said.
2 applications.
Since 2005.
There's a bunch of them around.
Yeah, there are, I will note, if you look at air photos, there are a number in the county that we don't have approval for. So it's just the 2 that I'm aware of in terms of applications.
I do know that we had neighbors who were concerned about this originally.
Yes, there were, and that's one of the reasons that I noted in my memo. You may want to hear it because there was a lot of public participation from neighbors and the public.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask about, one other thing that came to mind was, so we're in the process of updating these wildlife inventories, including the golden and bald eagle inventory. Would it be possible through the completion of that inventory and determining what uses are allowed and not allowed in those key habitat areas? Does that provide any opportunity to add another lens of review on airstrip applications?
Yes, and so when you look at the wildlife area combining zone, for different sort of protection areas, deer migration, for example, the chapter actually includes a number of specifically prohibited uses. And so if you were looking at protecting sort of wildlife areas and specific wildlife areas, that's how you would do that. If that's what the board chose to do, is you could look at it, again, the wildlife area combining zone chapter already has a number of prohibited uses for each of the protection areas, whether it's mule deer, winter deer range, Metolius deer range, for example.
Yeah. And honestly, I do not know at this time whether, small commercial aircraft or small aircraft are of major impact to eagles, but it seems like it might be, when we're talking about mule deer winter range, things that are happening on the ground are probably more of a concern to mule deer, and things that are happening in the air are probably more of a concern to eagles. So that'll be as we go through the wildlife inventory update for those raptors. I'll be interested to track whether whether there's an argument to be made that private airstrips are an impact that we should consider
Right.
prohibiting in key habitat areas.
And in this particular case, if you as you read through the hearings officer's decision, there was a discussion there regarding golden eagle nesting. And so we did coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife. And based on the application they received, they did not require a takings permit. So we do certainly coordinate with our partner agencies to ensure compatibility with regard to uses and sensitive species. So we certainly do that as part of, and again, as part of the compatibility analysis, because it's a conditional use permit, we do this as a matter of process for us.
So the use of the airstrip will be limited to 6 takeoff and landing operations per week. Is that 3 takeoffs and 3 landings?
No, an operation is defined as both a single takeoff and a single landing.
So possibly 6 takeoffs and 6 landings.
That's right.
Just making sure
So
I
you
was
could
clear
fly-
on
I
it.
know, that was my same question.
See, I wasn't sure after I read it. I just
Yeah, I
read
was
it
like
again.
going, is that 12 times? You
Yep,
could
no,
fly
it's a
from
dozen.
there? Yeah.
So if you think of each operation
Yeah.
as a takeoff and landing, it's 6 per week.
Well, and I know,
It's up to 6 per week, not that they would actually have 6 per week, but it's up to 6 per week.
yeah.
I'm sure someone will be counting.
I'm certain.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, as a recommendation, or, it's our choice to not hear this appeal. Is there a motion? To decline the review? Or, I think that's where we're going, I'm just,
Right. Well, we don't have the time to hear it, so. And it's probably going to go to Luba even if we did hear it. I would think. So,
I do want to acknowledge the concerns of the public that were voiced around this proposal, and that's part of the reason I'm poking at, do we want to take a more careful look at this particular kind of use in the future? But yeah, I don't think we should hear this particular appeal.
it would be nice, though, to have the airfields mapped on the county, so we know that we actually have 43 of them, or, whatever the number is, and if you're right, if we need to do something in the future. They're coming through the state, so the state would have that information for us, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Is there anything here that would be grandfathered in and wouldn't be on the state plan?
It's unclear. We were coordinating, Peter Russell and I, in fact, were coordinating with ODA earlier in this year, where they provided us a list of the known airstrips. So we have that. I believe Peter Russell has that information. We do not have it mapped, but we have a list from ODA of the ones that they are aware of. And I don't remember the number. It's been a while since I looked at that list.
Okay.
so on the last page, it talks about order number 2021-065.
Right. So, move approval of signature of board order number 2021-065, declining to hear the appeal.
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just recognize Anthony, I think this is your first meeting as principal planner, which is a really significant promotion for Anthony, who has handled often the most difficult, complex, contested cases before the county in his 15 years. He spent extraordinary amounts of time coaching our team and our staff, and it's a really, really well-deserved promotion, Anthony, so congratulations.
And he does it all with dignity and grace.
Not always, but yes.
Thank you very much, though. No, that's
Congratulations.
exciting. Yeah, this is a big, big operation and a lot of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you for embarrassing me, Nick.
Thank you for your service and
Oh, boy.
Okay. Item number 29. So this is our last agenda item, appointment of chair and vice chair for next year, 2022. I've been honored to be chairperson this year of the Deschutes County Commission. It is our three-person board, and the policy and budget of the front end of the county. That chair position, as I say, this year has been the opportunity to meet with the governor a few times during COVID calls. So I've never really, seen that kind of activity before. This is a very different kind of a year. Otherwise, we're three commissioners with individual votes. So, and at this time, I would be honored to nominate Commissioner Adair for the chair for next year.
Does that need to be seconded?
However, I don't know
Okay.
how formal we
I'll
want to do
second
that.
it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's been moved and seconded at this time, and is there any other discussion?
I would be interested in serving as chair, but since there's been a motion and a second, that I don't think I would get a second for a nomination for myself. And my understanding is that it's been a matter of precedent and tradition for the chair role to rotate. And I'll interpret this nomination accordingly.
Very good. So thank you very much for that. So at this time, calling for the vote, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
No.
And chair votes yes. Okay, so that'll be for the documents for this next year, so staff will be able to proceed.
And we need a
Vice chair?
vice chair as well.
Oh, vice chair, okay. Well, that was the substantive step that was taken just now, and I'll acknowledge that also. So for vice chair for 2022. Well, so Commissioner Chang, I'd be honored to nominate you for that position. There has been just a little bit of time this year that
I guess I would
be able to run the meeting.
I'd be happy to nominate you for that position.
So, Commissioner Adair, it's up to you
Oh,
then.
then I have to, well, I'll second your motion, Commissioner Devon.
For Commissioner Chang.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
I think I will refuse.
Okay. So with, not taking that position, and you've nominated myself for that.
Sure.
So let's,
So I'll second that one then.
okay. Without any other discussion, Commissioner Chang, for myself as a vice chair,
Yes.
and Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes also. All right, so a couple other items. Last week I had brought this and I had forgotten, but there's a court facilities task force for AOC, working with Oregon Judicial Department, and as I say, Deschutes County. I want to just keep us at the table, make sure people around the state know that we're doing a big project. So I'm just going to be advocating for those, possible dollars for the improvement projects that'll go along with the big courthouse expansion. So I'm just going to be following through with that process. So that's AOC's facility committee that's kind of around the state. Also, I'm interested in attending the NACO legislative conference. It'll be February 12 to 16 this year. I'm involved with the Telecommunications and Technology Committee. So when I was at this last meeting of the committee, they were just started inviting us to get to NACO in February. And they also made a note that they wouldn't have a remote option. So this is probably Thursday, and now Friday, the big announcement was Omicron's coming and February will be the bad time. So we'll see what really happens here. So I was really planning on trying to get to Washington, D.C.
And if they are going to have the remote, sign up for it really fast, because otherwise it's extremely expensive. So we did that last time.
Remote attendance to the
Right.
conference itself?
Yeah, it was quite expensive, so just a warning.
Okay.
Surely they'll come up with something soon.
Well, yeah, so we'll see, just one of the comments. So at this time, I think we have executive session or.
Oh, I did want to mention,
Please do, yeah.
Wednesday night was the Terrebonne septic system presentation. Thank you to the team that was there, Todd Cleveland, Chris Doughty. It seemed to be incredibly well-received by the community of Terrebonne. One of the questions that I thought was incredibly important that we need to think about is, if this project does continue to go forward, communities such as Angus Acres should not be forced into joining it if they actually have a good system. So, yeah, a couple of the people were there from Angus Acres, and they were saying, you know what, we don't really want to have to pay to join this because ours works. And I said, well, that only sounded fair to me. So, anyway, I wanted to thank everyone from our team for being there for the presentation, though.
Yep, well, and those are newer neighborhoods with new existing systems.
Right.
So that does make sense.
Yeah, Terrebonne Estates and Angus both have their systems that do seem to work. But yes, a lot of the community, and some of them even outside of it, were saying, oh, we'd really love to be able to be part of this. This is really outstanding.
But it sounds like good participation and engagement.
It was real, yeah, the room was full of people. It was great.
Wonderful. Anything else, any other item? No. Okay, seeing none, time for executive session.